What is good, family? How is everyone doing? Thank you so much for joining me. I wanted to talk to you guys today about, obviously, you see what the title is going to be about, and I'm going to ask that you guys bear with me. This is going to be kind of like a hard topic that I um, am going to speak about because it kind of hits home for me. One thing that I try to be on my panel, on my show, is very transparent. And I'm going to for sure take calls because I want to know where everyone's head is at, maybe give a different perspective of what's going on. So I'm sure everyone has heard about the gentleman. His name is Rajee Black, and what happened this weekend, I believe it was around Saturday. It was a uh, double homicide and a suicide. The man murdered his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend, which was pregnant with his children in the car. The reason why I wanted to talk about this because I thought it was really, really interesting just seeing conversations that we've been having and really looking at the comments and people doing commentary on it. It's been quite interesting on people's take. And I think I have a different take on it because it does hit home. So I want to pull up why it hits home. So bear with me 1 minute, you guys. And I want to share something with you. And first, I'm going to welcome some more people to the stream as well. So come on through and relax. This is going to be a little interesting today. And y'all bear with me. Let's pull it up. There we go. I'm going to share my screen. I want to show you guys something here that happened a couple of years ago. Let me share.
Well, tonight a family said goodbye to Shanton Clay. She was killed 2 weeks ago in her apartment. Police arrested her husband in connection to her death. News 4's Joshua Cole was at the candlelight vigil tonight, where her family says her light will live on.
Shanton's family says that tonight was about remembering the light she brought to Nashville and says that they hope her story can help others get out of a domestic violence situation.
I'm going to miss her every day of my life.
Terry Hudson says his niece, Shanton Clay's memory will live on.
She was the angel on earth walking.
Shanton was found by family killed in her Hermitage apartment. Her husband, Ronald Dickens, was arrested almost 2 Weeks later, after a police search found him in Florida, they say he's responsible.
The relief that he's caught, yeah, the guy that did this, but it'll never be the same again.
Our last messages is putting the trip together.
Dozens of friends and family gathered for a special candlelight memorial releasing lanterns. Each of the lanterns released tonight for Shanton have messages of hope to Nashville.
So they, just like the victims need that support, so does the families. They need support to know how to help that person get out.
Family members say they hope Shanton's story can help others in a domestic violence situation find help. Shanton was only married for 4 months to Dickens. Her family says she was trying to get out of the marriage. The Legal Aid Society had advocates at the memorial to help offer awareness and support.
Breaking that power and control is one of the scariest times for a victim.
I want her name to live on. I don't want her to have died in vain.
Now Shanton's positivity will live on through her family.
This is her god baby.
Yeah.
She was in a room for delivery. She made a point she was not missing delivery.
Joshua Cole, News 4.
Now, very important point here. If you or someone you know is a victim of domestic violence, there is help. Call the Domestic Violence Hotline. They can get you the resources you need. The number is on your screen.
So I played that clip of
Still looking for
my
great
friend
tech?
Sean.
Your search is over.
Let me turn that off. That was my friend Sean. She was 30 years old and was murdered by her husband because she was trying to get out. I was going to share some pictures of us. She was huge in health, and we were doing an all-girls camping trip. Y'all know this is the first time that I went camping, and she into fitness. She's the short one in the crew. Brains, beauty, and booty. Okay. We went camping and, taught us how to pitch a tent. That's her in the back. And, through this and us kind of all hanging out, that's us going in the fall. She's in the back, not knowing what in the world I was doing. But she taught us a whole lot of stuff and was so bright. And, we really didn't know what was going on. Yeah. We had no idea and that a lot of the abuse was going on. We would see marks, but, didn't know until she left. And 2 months after her leaving, she didn't show up for work. And I knew this was going to be hard. All right. So the story hits home for a lot of reasons. And I think this story hits home for me because it does talk about domestic violence, which is a problem. And I don't care when people tell you that ain't nobody hitting these women. These women are lying. These women are making false reports. This is true. A lot of women are. And a lot of women aren't. And I would rather side on the air of it is than it's not. And maybe if we would have heard or did something more, maybe my friend would be here, but she's not. Her husband beat her to death. And our annual camping trips are no longer because she's not here. I'm going to talk about the gentleman. And that story too. I think a lot of people have said a whole lot of different stuff. I've seen a lot of men take his side. Like, I get it. And I've heard a lot of people not like, he's a killer. He's a murderer. Why would you take the side? Nothing deserves, no one deserves to be murdered by the hands because of legal battles or because someone hurts your feelings or because someone leaves you. and I get it all. And I want to talk about the two positions that I stand on and that is important to talk about, because it ain't just one is right, one is wrong. All of it is, and it's all we can help. There's a lot of stuff that I think us as women and us as men can do to try to make sure instances like this doesn't happen. And I want to bring awareness. I want to talk about it because the shit is we're not talking about. We're dying. We're dying. We're dying in the hands of our loved ones, like my friend Sean did. We're dying in the hands of ourselves due to mental illness and depression. Depression of not feeling like no one wants you, no one cares. The feeling of I have nothing to live for. And if you take something away from me, the only thing that I got, then I got nothing. We are dying. And I guess for me, I wanted to talk about this too, because I'm just so damn sick and tired of us going back and forth. Who's alpha, who beta, who's a pick me, who's a chameleon, who gives a fuck? We're dying. And if ain't nobody going to talk about the real illnesses of our community, which is mental health, something that we don't even talk about because we don't recognize it or want to recognize it, then hell, we are going to continue to die. And these conversations of us as Black women getting married or Black, the modern women, ain't nobody going to care about that if we're not here. I have to be here. I have to be healthy. I have to be mentally sane to be in a relationship with you. I don't give a damn if I'm not married. Who cares? If it's not a healthy marriage. My friend was married and now she's dead. I want to talk to the women because we do hold responsibility of a lot of men actions. And you might not want to hear it. I really don't give a damn because it's true. And I want to talk about it. I'm going to pull up something as well. Yeah, actually, y'all bear with me. Proverbs 18:21. The tongue has the power of life and death. Your words can either speak life or your words can speak death. Our tongues can build others up. They can tear them down. I'm going to continue. This is rough. Words are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. Words have energy and power with the ability to help, to heal, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, and to humble. The words we choose and how we use them can build others up or tear them down, bring the community together or rip it apart. Our words. Women, I understand that sometimes men hurt us where you do want to fight. Some of us do. Some of us put our hands on men and you know that's wrong because he will whoop your ass. We're not strong. We're not built like men. So what women do, we use our tongue, our mouths, and they are sharp. And we use words to get at men because we know exactly how to do it as women. We have that innate in us where we know how to get you. We know how to speak life. We know how to nurture, how to calm the sea. And we know how to put a fire in anything that comes around us with our words. Women, when we tell these men that you are nothing, when we tell these men, I'm going to take your child, you ain't never going to see him. I'm going to break up the family. You ain't good enough for me. When we tell our kids, you just like your bum daddy. When we tell our children, you just slut. When we talk to our kids, our loved ones, we are building in them life. We are building in them death. It's our words, ladies. Even if that man makes you mad, even if that man, you don't want to be with him anymore, your words will determine a whole lot of stuff that happens during that period while you with him and while you are trying to separate. Your words has consequences. Your words are actions. Your words will sting like a bee and hit like a bullet. And I don't understand why we don't understand how we talk, what we say to people matter. I don't know that man's issues. It was obviously some. And I don't know if the woman has said something. I don't know that situation, but I do know women because I'm one, and I have been, I was one of those. And I've had to watch my mouth. A lot of times I tell y'all women, we need to learn how to shut the hell up because our words kill and our words have consequences. Whether good, bad, the shit is reality. I'm going to pull something else up that I saw about words. I know the importance of it. And if y'all can see it, the importance of words. Your words have meaning. The greatest mistake that we can make is believing our words have no value in other people's lives, which they do. Being a mother, I understand when I speak to my daughter, she absorbs everything I say. Even when I'm on the phone and she hears me on the phone, she is absorbing every little thing that I say. So we do have to be mindful of our words. Words have meaning. Words are remembered. Every single joke that someone told to me as I was a child, someone calling me, "Oh, you fat little girl," when I'm 6, I remember that at 38. We remember these things, they sting. So we have to be extremely careful of what we say, especially to our loved ones, especially to our men that want to come home and have peace. But they can't because we're running off at the mouth, bringing them hell. Your words make a difference. How many times have we heard the Martin Luther King speech, "I have a dream"? How powerful are those words? How many times have we heard a song like a quote Pac or Biggie, Nas? Those words are powerful and they have meaning. And that power that we have, again, it's life or death, life or death. What are you using your words for? And I beg of you, my sister, use those powerful words of life because it might just save yours. Speak with mindfulness. So how can we choose our words wisely? By being mindful of those that we use and the effect that they have. Words are effective. That's how we communicate. And I know I'm definitely someone, a love language is words of affirmation. That is for me. I have to have words of affirmation. I need to be told that I'm loved. I need to be told that I'm cared for. It affirms me. What would happen if my man that said, my husband that supposedly loves me tells me he don't want me and he don't need me? How is that going to make me feel? Like nothing. We have to be completely mindful. I do want to talk about the gentleman, Rajee Black. I think someone said Omawale talks about cautionary tales, and I definitely believe that this is one. I want to pull up, if y'all bear with me again, something here because I want to hear from, because he was in Baltimore, and maybe a news clip. So again, if you're not familiar with the case, let's get familiar. Let's see. And I'm going to share my screen. And I'm also going to put in the link as well because I just don't want to be going on a rampage. I really want to get people involved. I think as a community, this is something that we definitely need to talk about. I wish I could say that I'm surprised that more content creators aren't really speaking about it. Then I could say maybe I'm not surprised. because this is where the work comes in. There ain't no work talking about labeling folks, talking about people. There ain't no work in that. There's no work of just looking at how bad black women are doing or how bad black men are doing. We're doing bad because we're not doing the real work, and the real work is on our head. It's how we're living. It's our thought process. It's what's making us feel this way. Let me share.
Facebook Live, a man admits killing his former girlfriend in Baltimore and then targeting his ex-wife in Howard County. Hello, everybody. I'm Denise Cope.
And I'm Vic Carter. Welcome to WJC News at 6, and we also welcome those who are streaming this evening. The suspect detailed his chilling plot during a live stream just seconds before police say he killed his ex-wife and then himself.
So for years, the ex-wife had filed protective orders saying she was terrified that he would kill her.
WJC investigator Mike Kelvin is live in South Baltimore with new insight tonight. Mike?
Vic, Denise, that Facebook Live video is disturbing to watch. Now, we are at the first crime scene. Police say the suspect's children were with him at the second crime scene, but did not see their mother get murdered.
It felt like a dream. Like, I never thought I would be that guy.
By the time Rajee Black streamed on Facebook Live outside his ex-wife Wendy Black's apartment in Columbia, police say he'd already killed his ex-girlfriend Tara LeBang in South Baltimore. He said in the video LeBang was pregnant at the time he shot her. Black would be next.
It's the holidays, man. I don't have no family, nothing. Anyway, I just did something crazy, man.
He follows her inside. The video cuts off. Police say after he killed her, he killed himself. WJZ scoured court records and obtained protective orders Wendy Black had filed against him, the most recent last year. She wrote, "He threatened to kill me with a gun. He has pushed, shoved, threatened, and bit me in the past. I am afraid of him and his anger and do not want him to know where I live. He has access to weapons." In that protective order, she also claims he was suicidal. In another order, she claims he told her, "I'm coming for you." She wrote, "I am terrified because I do not know what he's capable of. I do not feel that I am safe. I feel that my life is in danger." The protective orders were denied.
It's just extremely sad to hear about what happened.
Blue Fam lives just a few doors down from the first homicide.
These kinds of horrific things being live streamed, and it just adds another layer of horror to the way these things have happened.
Both victims and the suspect were nurses. Wendy Black worked at Howard County General, according to friends, and Tara LeBang worked at Ascension St. Agnes. A hospital spokesman wrote, "We are shocked and saddened by this news, and our thoughts and prayers are with Tara's family." And St. Agnes says they are providing grief counseling to employees. Police have not said how the suspect obtained the weapon used in these killings. Reporting live in South Baltimore, Mike Halgren, WJZ.
So I wanted to play that just in case, no one saw it and you're just hearing from secondhand, third hand, but maybe kind of the news clip to show you kind of the backhand. I did find interesting that there was multiple protective orders that didn't get listened to, whether they were made up or not. I don't know. What I do know is that the people are dead. And they had 2 little girls. And those 2 little girls don't have a mother or don't have a father. And in essence, don't have another sibling because the girlfriend was pregnant. Another thing that kind of came out to me that I thought was interesting was that he said he has no family. The man said that he was suffering a little bit further. If you watch the whole video, the man said that he was depressed. And this is where I want to talk to men. Depression is real. I think a silent killer in our community that is on a rampage right now is depression and what Black men are doing to silence the pain. And a lot of them are not getting help they're ending lives. Really, they're ending their lives. I saw this that I thought was interesting about male depression, and it often goes undiagnosed because of certain reasons. One of the main reasons I really, really believe is that we're not talking about it. It's pushed under the rug. Out of all the live streams that I listen to, and I be in these YouTube streets, rarely, if ever, do I hear anybody talk about depression, the one thing that is really killing us. It's not the Black woman that has an attitude, it's our mental health. Failure to recognize depression. Sometimes men don't even know we're depressed. They're so busy working and trying to be provider, trying to quote unquote level up and get their money up. And then going through depression and not knowing that sometimes if they have examples as in headaches, digestive problems, tiredness, irritability, long-term pain can sometimes indicate depression. That's not talked about. It's just maybe some pains. That's because I'm working so much and I'm not focused. Downplaying signs and symptoms. You might not recognize how much your symptoms affect you, or you might not want it to admit it to yourself. You might not even want to admit depression, because these things, talking about feelings and emotionals, is looked down upon as men, and especially Black men, when you have to be so stoic, when you have to be so hard and have it all together. I thought it was really good. I had one stream with Uncle Stu, said that he was suffering from a son passing away. However, he couldn't feel because he had to keep it together as a man and make sure everybody in his household was fine while he's hurting inside. It's depression. Resisting mental health treatment. We're not getting help. As much as we try to talk about therapy. Who the hell going to therapy? I know this man, and it said in the court documents that the man had to pay $5,000 to his ex-wife's lawyer because he refused to show any of the receipts of tax filings and therapy receipts. He was court ordered to go to therapy. I don't know if he did or not, but he didn't produce the receipts to show it. So I'm under the assumption maybe he didn't, but damn, he needed to. Maybe he would still be here. Maybe those women, maybe that baby would still be here. Who knows? I was Googling stuff in the manosphere. Like I said, I hardly ever see anything about depression and suicide. But I definitely see hoes as winning. I definitely see them hoes as winning. Brittany Renner, I see her often lot. Jada Pinkett, Will is a beta. While we dying. OG Patrice, I see you. I'm gonna pull you up. I'm gonna put the StreamYard in there too. I'm gonna pull something up real quick too. And this is hard. Oh. This is my cousin. His name is Ryan. He's 31. He was sweet. He married, handsome, 6'4", played basketball. Was trying to go to the NBA, but got in a very bad car accident that took the lives of his 3 best friends. And somehow he survived it. And this was 8 years ago. And he couldn't get over it. And he didn't understand why his best friend died and he was the only one living. And his dreams of playing basketball ended because he had to learn how to walk. And he didn't walk for a very long time. Come to find out that he was also suffering from CTE. So my cousin suffered depression for 8 years. There's my handsome cousin. This summer, my cousin couldn't handle his depression. And he was tired of hurting, of being alone. So he decided that he wanted to stop the pain and took my uncle's gun and put it to his head. Depression, mental illness is killing us. And we're not talking about it. And I don't understand why. Our Black men, our Black women are dying. I lost a friend. And now I lost a cousin. Oh, this is hard. I'm sorry. I knew this was going to be hard. My cousin is dead because he didn't seek the help that he needed. And the depression, the loneliness won. I'm an ugly crier. I'm sorry. It's the holidays. Thanksgiving passed. Christmas is coming. New Year's. This is the height of depression. This is the height where people feel lonely. This is where people feel like they have no one. I don't know what that man, when he killed his ex-girlfriend, his ex-wife, while the kids were in the car, who knows where his mental state is. We know that he snapped, and we know that something went wrong. And we know that his last words was that he was lonely. He was going through depression, and it does not make what he did okay. But damn, we got to come together as a community and be like, okay, we dying. And our Black men don't understand that depression, you can get over it. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Taking your life for somebody else is not going to rectify or make it better. It makes it worse. Now your kids don't have a mother or dad. My uncle and my aunt don't have a son. I don't have a friend. When we gonna talk about it? And I'm like waiting, like, who gonna talk about it? I don't have the answer. This shit that I deal with too. God. What's up, OG? Are you there? You on mute?
I'm here, beautiful. How are you?
Hey, it's a rough one today, and I knew it was gonna be. I talked to TJ. I said, "Girl, I'm gonna get my little my napkin because I know that this is hard because this is something that we all deal with. We all are affected with mental illness in some kind of way. We all have trauma."
Absolutely. It's okay because your story is my story.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, tears cleanses the soul, so crying is okay.
Yeah.
I lost a girlfriend the same way. It's the same exactly way that you lost your girlfriend. Her husband deleted her a few years ago. And I also lost a cousin to self-deletion and 2 friends to self-deletion. I agree with you 100%. I haven't been in this space as long as a lot of other people, maybe about 8 months. And I do know that the gender wars and the toxic vitriol and venom that is being spewed between Black men and Black women is absolutely sickening. There is definitely mental illness that we're going through that is not being talked about in these YouTube streets. I agree with you 100%. I agree that Black men and Black women need to come to the knowledge and self-awareness that our Black community is on life support. I've said this on many platforms.
Yeah.
We are literally on life support. And if we can't pull each other up, then we're in a sad state of affairs. We truly are. I agree with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
The come up off of at the butt of Black men and Black women has got to stop. The gender wars, the hate, the arguing, all of the listen. We on life support here, like we are literally clinging to life as a community. I come to these spaces and I try to lead by example, and I try to give real life experiences by me being an older person for the younger generation, things that I had to learn the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
And I see the sickness, right? Like I see what it looks like in black and white when people are in the chats and the things they say, the things that they say to each other on the panels,
Mm-hmm.
the things that are behind the scenes, the things that are said and done on social media. Listen, we're dying. And if we don't pay attention to this one thing that is killing us, I believe, and causing the havoc that we're wreaking and all the toxicity.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to the generations that we're trying to set the examples for and their children? It's definitely got to stop. I agree. And this subject definitely needs to be talked about more, just the way, like you said, they talk about the 304s and the thoughts and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to stop, because I know it's a lot of veterans out here in these two streets that absolutely suffer from mental illness. They know it at first hand.
Right.
I watch my uncles come home from wars and they never the same.
Mm-hmm.
They messed up. And men, it's hard to get you all. I understand. I get it. It's hard for men to go to the doctor just to get a regular checkup. So imagine having to tell your loved one, your husband, your brother, your cousin that's a male, go to the doctor. This is not just you got the blues. It's not just you sad for a day or two or a week.
Right.
It's something more serious.
You're right. And we have to have these conversations. And it has to be where, you can have a conversation about your man and what he got on, or the women in his life. It needs to be just as same as you tell your man something is going on. And I, as your homeboy, as your homegirl, I can't help you with it. You need to talk to someone that can.
If you don't talk to them, how can you prevent? How can it be prevented if the person that's going through it is not talking about it or talking to someone? Or if you see it and you're trying to bring it to the attention and they don't get the help? Because how can you make a grown person take the initiative?
Right.
I mean, these are questions, that we have to ask and find answers to, and try to make beyond the scope. Because I know men, they tend to crack on each other, when they see a man might be going through a hard time after a breakup or a relationship. Oh man, forget about her. She ain't that. Like man, no, let's deal with our feelings. Like for real. Like the things that trigger us, the things that make us sad, happy, all of that, those are feelings and emotions.
Mm-hmm.
But depression is a whole nother level. It's a deep, dark, hollow feeling of complete, utterly loss, and feel like you can't climb out of it.
Yeah, you're right.
We got to get help. You're welcome, baby.
Right. Thank you so much. Brother Clarence and Ola and TJ, I'm going to bring you up as well too, because I know this is something that me and you talk about. And, you know, depression is a whole nother beast, and I promise that's something that I want to drill in. And I can say this as a woman that currently deals with depression and anxiety and currently has to get that checked. At my lowest, there were times where I didn't want to be here.
Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Well, I mean, I'm good. Right now it's a little tough, but you know, I just think that this is something we have to talk about.
Yeah, so sorry to hear about your losses.
Brother
Clarence, you're muted.
Yeah, Brother Clarence, you're muted.
Yeah, condolences to the family, Courtney, to your family and everything.
Thank you.
I just want to tell, put the math behind why Black men a lot of times don't go get they don't go to the doctor. They especially don't go to like psychologists or psychiatrists or anything. And a lot of times a lot of us have inferiority complex. So we feel like if there's something wrong with us, everybody's going to leave us. Mm-hmm. We had an innate fear in us. So if my woman see a crack in my armor, she might go get somebody else. Now I might be doing everything right and everything good, but if she see a crack in my armor, she might leave. My children might leave. Whatever. We got this fear in us, so we don't want to go check. We don't want to admit that there's a problem. You notice that you talk to a lot of Black men. If you start asking them about something that may lead to them having to admit they have a problem, they'll cover it up by saying, oh, I'm good. I'm straight. I'm good. I'm straight. That's what we always say. That's our tagline as Black men. I'm straight. I'm straight. I'm good. Right? And inside, we, like you said, we suffering. So I think one of the things that's going to have to happen is like conversation like this is good because we as a community going to have to start making it okay for Black men to be able to be vulnerable enough to be able to say, maybe it's me. Maybe I have the problem. Maybe I have a problem. And another thing, real quick, another reason why Black men do stuff like this guy did is because they get to a certain point where they get a feeling that is so painful to them that they feel like that nothing else is going to relieve this pain except for me, terminating myself. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem. But like I said, that stems from us letting it get to that point. If we as a community would start recognizing things that will alert us to this kind of behavior, one of the things I always say is broken logic. When you see people doing broken logic, then that'll let you know they may be on the road to something like this. Anyway.
Yeah. And hi, Polar Bear. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
Hello, Courtney.
Hello. And I'm going to get, TJ, Ola, and Polar Bear, you guys take on, whether this gentleman or, if you've dealt with, feelings of loneliness and depression, because I definitely know that I have. And I wanted to say something also, again, with the women and the words and how powerful words are. I was also kind of in a relationship where it was breaking up and the man was like, if I can't have you, nobody will. And of course, that was a red flag. My words. I knew that I couldn't just be like, you ain't gonna, I wish you would, mother. No. Be quiet. It's a way that you speak to people, especially when they are on the tipping point. And we have to take, as women, responsibility for how we speak to men, how we speak to each other. Because it will trigger. And again, your words is just like some actions. It's just like a bullet. It's just like a bee, and you can sting the wrong person. All right. Ola, go ahead, darling.
All right, nice to see everyone on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this is a very sensitive topic to touch on. If it was up to me, there's a little, there's a force in me that had to say something.
Mm-hmm.
My natural knee-jerk instinct reaction is, we don't talk on issues like this. We let things marinate, we let things settle in, we let people grieve. There are real families going through these issues right now, and we are creating content around it. We are having real life opinions around it, you know, and we have to, because life must move on, and that's the harsh part about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some kind of sensitivity is required with this kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, not a lot of people are paying attention to that, you know. But I think at least if we're going to talk about it, we should have a constructive conversation around it. And I want to give a big shout out to Omawale. That's how it's pronounced, by the way, for
Mm-hmm.
those who are saying it's a Nigerian name. To Omawale for the stream he did yesterday, because it was a much needed pushback against the stream that TLE did the previous day before that, just to put things in check. I would prefer that no one is saying anything, period, when people are going through this kind of stuff. But I understand people are in the media business. This is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Now, with that being said, I would like to take this opportunity to shed some light on a few things that people need to pay attention to. Obviously, there's some kind of anger going on in all of the communities, the gender wars and stuff like that. You know, when I first stumbled into this particular community, a little less than a year ago, the first thought that came into my mind, like, okay, I get it. Somebody's creating content and they're about to make money. I get it completely. I'm a content creator myself. I've been doing it for since 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. But when I look in the chat, I was scared because I could see how people are running with their own rhetoric. Basically, there's a nerve being touched. Somebody's making money, but they're touching a nerve. When you look at how the people that make the most money on media platforms, because they're touching a nerve. They strike something. It's like hitting gold, you know? And that's something that people should pay attention to. Now, when it comes to grief, the same grief that a family that's lost a loved person will go through, there's these 5 stages that you've probably seen around, is the same thing you go through when you lose a relationship. A lot of people stumble into this community because they lost a relationship, and they're confusing content creation with therapy. There's a
That's a good
space
point.
for content creation. There's a space for getting entertained on this YouTube streets, and there's a space for therapy.
Mm-hmm.
We all need therapy.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna get your therapy in this YouTube chat. It's not gonna happen. The YouTube chats are gonna be protected by the content creator, because the more engagement, the more echo chamberish it is, the more money they get to make. Unfortunately, sadly. But if
Yeah.
you know that you need real help, right, you got to seek therapy. Listen, one of the things that's been pushed, and I'm going to land my mic, I'll talk later, right? One of
Yeah,
the
because I'm gonna
things
get
that's been,
TJ.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that's been pushed to young men is that facts over feelings. No, that is false. If you suppress feelings, it will come back to the surface. You're humans, you're not animals. You have to process these things. But yeah, let me land my mic, and if I get a chance to talk later, we'll talk more. But
Okay.
those are the first thoughts on my mind.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, TJ and Polar Bear, what you got for us today? I know it's a lot. It's kind of heavy.
Well, it is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think first, going to Omawale's talk live yesterday, there was a lot of information brought up that it made me go back and actually look at the part of the leads live that I had participated in. And there were some things I spoke in generalizations, but I also made some
Sorry,
assumptions.
sorry, Miss CJ, that's you banging the table,
Yeah,
right?
something making a noise.
Am I banging the table?
I
Something is
think it's your
banging
mic.
something. Maybe the mic is vibrating, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's your mic.
All right, good.
Okay, how about now? Better?
Better,
Yes,
yes.
no? Okay. Um, I had to go back and look at the dialogue or the portion of the live that I was on. And in as much as I did speak in some generalizations, I did make some assumptions about what was going on with that gentleman and the women. And that was wrong of me because I had no inside knowledge and it was not my place to make an assumption. To that point, I will say, like you alluded to, Courtney, we as women, we must be mindful when we are talking to men. And again, when we find ourselves in situations that, we're talking child custody, that's that's emotional on all fronts. And, men, like you said, we speak life and death with our tongue, and that's how we, you know, hit below the belt, if you will. And a man is not necessarily going to use words, but when they become frustrated, they're going to use violence because that's men, men naturally are more aggressive, thus football and all these, aggressive sports. So I think a lot of times I know myself, my mouth has gotten me in a lot of trouble, and largely because I dared you to do anything. And I think I shared on the video on the leads video when I was dealing with custody issues with my ex-husband. There was one time he got very frustrated with me because it was very contentious, and he said that he wanted to cut my heart out. Now, do I think he really would have done it? No, but again, but given what we know now, who's to say what anybody would do when they're pushed?
Yeah.
Who's to say? So, it really made me kind of evaluate the things that I was doing because, again, sometimes we women, we use our children as pawns. We do. We use our children as pawns because we feel like we may not have any power when a relationship doesn't work out or if the man didn't want us anymore or whatever. And we use our children as pawns. But I was wrong to make that kind of assumption in this particular case. And like I did say there, yes, this gentleman needed counseling or therapy, but there's a possibility that the women did too. And in these cases, when we were talking about child custody and relationship issues, we women, we need some therapy too, because a lot of times we are acting out because we feel powerless.
And that's why we use sometimes with the kids.
Yes.
Women know how to hit a man where it hurts.
Absolutely.
Because we can't physically fight you.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna use the words. We'll use your kids. And what I'm trying to tell you, you're gonna use that and lose your life.
Yes. And to the next thing with respect to domestic violence, we cannot act like it doesn't happen. Someone put in the chat earlier that the way that it can be prevented is women stop playing games, et cetera, et cetera. And just so you realize, I deleted it. So if you're wondering who deleted it, it was me. So because the truth of the matter is, we, like Courtney said, yes, women play games, manipulate, yes, but none of that is none of that warrants being terminated. None of it. None of it warrants that. And also to your friend, again, I was a victim of domestic violence, and I hated myself because I'm like, how did I wait until 50 to find myself in a situation like that? That I could have been terminated had my brother not been there. So, I have to be mindful of my mouth, but there's culpability on both sides, and I think we need to examine it. And using myself as an example, I need to not make certain assumptions because anybody can be pushed to the edge.
Absolutely.
And lastly, depression. I've shared more than once that I started this in May because I was on the brink of literally walking out into traffic to end my life. just within minutes, within seconds, because with everything, the mind is a battlefield.
Yes, it is.
And you can have everything going great, but all of a sudden, your mind will tell you that you need to do something stupid. So we can't ignore it. So that's all I have. But again, peace and blessings to you. And I'm glad that you are having this conversation, because we can't afford to ignore any of it anymore.
Yeah. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate you.
I'm going to drop down.
Okay.
Bye.
Polar Bear, thank you for waiting.
Oh,
I'm
you're
glad you
welcome.
popped up. How you been?
I've been doing all right. I'm on vacation here, so I'm not shaving for a
I
while.
see.
Yeah.
What you got for us?
Well, this is definitely a heavy hitter topic, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And for anything I say, obviously, I can't speak for the Black community, so whatever I say is at large. I don't
Right.
want anyone to feel like I'm pointing fingers of this, that, or the other. So I just want to put that as a caveat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want to speak on that individual circumstance about the man and things like that. It's hard to see what's below the iceberg when you only see what's above the iceberg. So I really don't really want to speak on that specifically.
Right.
I will talk a little bit more about depression, though, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when people think of depression, oftentimes they think about sad, loneliness, etc. That's actually a different category. Those could be what you call exhibited symptoms. Okay. And again, I'm an engineer. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. So whatever I have to say, take with a measure of salt, because I'm definitely not an expert on any of this.
Mm-hmm.
But what you call clinical depression is like the imbalance of serotonin in the brain. It's a brain chemical imbalance. However, there are other things that can mimic that, but aren't actually what you call clinical depression. And that clinical depression has nothing to do with what's going on in your life. Everything could be hunky dory and you could still have that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can have diabetes or cancer or anything else. Some other things that can occur is if you actually have a thyroid imbalance. Okay. If your thyroid is what they call hypothyroidism, which is a very low performing thyroid, or your body just isn't absorbing what it needs to, your thyroid is kind of like your ever-ready battery for your body. If it is underperforming, it's kind of like you're feeling drained. When you're feeling sick, or you haven't eaten for a long time, or if you've gone without sleep, or all the above, how normal things that you feel like combating or dealing with or tackling regular tasks appear insurmountable. Okay. So, that's one factor to look at. Another thing is actually vitamin D. If you have a very low vitamin D score or whatever, that can mimic symptoms like that and can lead to what's called depressive outlooks. So those are just talking about some physiological things that can go on. And there may be others, but those are what I would say the top three to look at. The other thing would be what you call the environmental factors. This is the physiological and things that happen. Okay. It could be loneliness, but actually loneliness is a different factor than depression. It is its own monster. Okay. So although depression can cause you to withdraw, hence adding loneliness onto the depression. And technically speaking, depression is not feeling sad. It is actually the absence of feeling. Okay. So it's more about that. It's like when people start losing their sense of connectiveness, that they don't feel the importance of anything. Maybe they love this or the other. Now it's not because they feel bad about it. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
So those are some of the signs. So, have I felt depressed and lonely at sometimes? Yes, particularly when I was working on the road, and as what they call a roaming nomadic engineer for the government, and I was away from my daughter. And even though I talked to her very frequently on the phone, almost on a daily basis, it still does not substitute for in-person time. Okay. Also, just, when my parents were still alive, but their health was failing and I wanted to be able to do certain things. When you feel that stress that you want to do more, but you simply can't, you feel that powerlessness, that's what you call an environmental condition,
Yeah.
There's plenty of others. Those are just some, samples. I can kind of go around or whatever, or if you want any questions, etc.
Well, I thank you for that, Paula Bear, and I think it's important that depression can show its face in a whole lot of different ways.
Yes.
And you're absolutely right. And I think the main thing that we have to understand, especially during this time, is how to recognize it.
Absolutely.
Because even like when he was talking about, men and why it goes, undiagnosed a lot, because they don't even recognize the symptoms of what it could be. So these conversations are good to have because you need to know what's going on with you. Why are you feeling this way? And if it is, how to deal with it. Because if you don't and it continues on, then what happens?
Yeah. So I don't want to hold up, but
go ahead, because I want to get what Sheree got to say too.
Okay, there are reasons why men might be reluctant to actually bring it up. I think Mr. Ola, I think you may have brought about is we are, as men, are expected to be, look as though we're invincible, invulnerable. And if we don't have that image, guess what? We're thrown to the wolves, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
Two is get more pragmatic about it. If you do have depression, guess what? If you do not have a life insurance policy in place already, you can get denied off of that. So a lot of people are concerned about actually reporting or seeking treatment for depression, because later on down the road, if they're looking at getting life insurance, they might look at it just like if you had a bad heart condition. They will deny you a policy.
I didn't know that.
Employers may also deny you employment.
Yeah.
So it's like a damned if you do and damned if you don't. So anyways, let me disappear into the background. And,
thank you so much, Polar Bear. I appreciate you. What's going on, Sheree?
Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I see you've been busy and everything. I want to go ahead and give you your props for the channel and doing what you're doing. I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
No problem. I'm sitting here like, okay, Courtney, good work, Courtney. I see you.
Just running my mouth. What you got for me? What you got?
Well, first I want to blame you for me camming up because I was calling it a night.
Okay.
I was about to go to bed.
Yeah.
Hit the sheet, go to sleep. I've been on camera all day. Okay. And I was like, I'm tired of showing my face. I'm tired. But you are bringing up a topic that is so important. Listen, I think I didn't catch the beginning. I saw a lot of people saying their condolences. So my condolences to, I believe I saw in the chat, it was your cousin.
Yeah.
Yes. My condolences to that. It's common to hear that men are strong, but it's not common to hear how to treat them when they're not. So I think when we're having a conversation about men not being able to be human, because it's human to not have a moment of strength, right? Not being able to be human, having a fair shot of expressing that is something that needs to be more common and normal. Right. It's normal for women to not be strong because we are the weaker vessel and we're emotional. So an emotional vessel has all the leeway to be not strong. Men aren't. Now, I'm not familiar with the situation of why this conversation brought up. I'm not too familiar with it. I did see his face everywhere and I was very curious. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll check it out, right? But mental illness is definitely something that we shy away from. I think men are higher when it comes to suicide as well. And I think that goes into play of what I was talking about, men not having ability to be human when it's time to be human. And I think you bringing this conversation up and deciding to highlight that, because everybody's having these conversations, but you are highlighting what's important. So I think I really wanted to just give you your props for even highlighting something that we act like doesn't exist. We act like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And we got to change that. I say this all the time. I got 3 brothers. 3 brothers. They all younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
When it's time for them to show a sign of weakness, big sister needs to be there, because some of these women that are out here, they are supposed to date, ain't gonna do.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I hear you. Well, thank you, Sheree. I really appreciate that. And you're right. I think these conversations are not being had.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it affects us all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know, whether we're dealing with it or know someone that is, or even when we do these streams, you know, ain't no telling who is listening. And that's why we have to be mindful. How I'm telling you how powerful words are, and someone is listening at their home sad, not knowing what to do. It could be a word that they listen to that is powerful, that would tell them to get help, or because they don't know where to go. It's a word that someone can hear and be like, well, this is what you should do. Therapy.
Mm-hmm.
You are not alone. You telling someone that I've been through it, that I'm going through depression, lets that person know that they're not alone. And this doesn't get fixed by listening to YouTube channels. It gets fixed by you physically going to get help.
Yeah,
that's how you save your life.
Yeah, I really, this YouTube space with this road rage and this red pill stuff is been everything has its negative and positive, but this mental rage that men have towards us right now and the way that these conversations are going, if we don't bring out enough information of men saying it's not every woman and showing another light, we're going to get more of him. Mm-hmm. Because listen, all you're going to do is just once somebody already has something planted in their head and you feed it, when it comes to a seed, all it needs is nutrients to grow. It's gone. And once it's sprouted, it's over. You can see it. And if you don't know how to take care of it, it's going to take it. Look, its vines and roots is going to continue to spray. And you don't know what's going to happen if you don't take care of it.
Right.
So that rage. Yeah. Rage is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right now.
I hear you. All right. Thank you, Sheree. I'm going to bring some more people up. I'm going to bring Brother Clarence or Ola. Can I bring you down for a second so I can get some other people up?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm going to bring some more up. Uncle Stu.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
What you got for
Red? What's up, Shawty Red?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you big crybaby. What's up, girl?
You know I am.
My favorite.
Ain't nothing changed.
My favorite crybaby.
Ain't nothing changed.
How are you?
You try to get me clipped all over again. Chicago Rilla, if you don't mind, I just want to touch on this, and I'm gonna get off. I'm taking medicine, so I'm in and out of different places. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. So I understand the pain deeply. There's several things that's going on, and I did hear the Africa thing, and I know he's online listening, and I want him to call out to me, because the only pushback I have, first of all, I don't believe that nobody should be executed. So I didn't believe in the murder. And I want to make that abundantly clear that I am not justifying by any means of imagination that these 2 lives was lost and kids are left behind. So I want to make that abundantly clear. But I also want to make it clear that statistically speaking, when it comes to the suicide rate. There are more suicides amongst veterans, people who are not punks, who are not punks, who are not punks. They was willing to fight and die so all of y'all can have a YouTube channel. So when it comes to suicide, it's very serious to me. Now I let everybody know with freedom. 4 years ago, that's exactly what I wanted to do because there was no hope. I didn't see it. I've been down that road where women accused me of having a child that wasn't even mine. I've been down that road where I had to fight court systems. I've been down that road of domestic violence. And I've been down that road where women didn't want to listen. This isn't about a gender war. This is about listening. Africa says you want to check my record. Go on my YouTube page. I put it all out on the street. My pain in all of this is no one's listening. People say, well, men are weak. Men don't want to show their weakness. Then you're not listening because men is saying it every single day. They're telling you their pain. This is beyond trying to get a booty. This is beyond sex. Yeah. There's a system he can't fight. I just happen to be a man with a little bit of wealth, and I was able to fight certain situations. But a lot of my brothers ain't in that situation. Depression is real. And yes, while we could all say, well, he had access to mental health, the problem is we still afraid to go, not because of just societal issues. You got people in the military who will not seek a psychological doctor for fear of losing their career in the military. You got people on jobs that's afraid to go to these places for fear of losing their job. Whether it's real or not real, that is a fact. I'm not going to sit up here and allow people just make it so simplistic. You want to talk to a person who got real mental health? Come and talk to me. Come talk to me and come talk to my fellow veterans who were not punks and who was not no scared catty cats. There was real men and women who was willing to fight and die for the constitutional right for you to open up your mouth. And the best you could say, when a whole lot of these people have taken their own lives.
Yeah.
Now, hear from a grown man who's not running around here trying to get poo-yang. I'm running around here trying to tell my brothers to get help. But it's hard for me to tell them to get help when I hear them crying like men and everybody act like they don't have issues. They have issues. They can't tell you on the job. They can't tell you in the courthouse because no one wants to listen. How is he going to fight for 3 to 4 years in child support court just to see his child? We heard since everybody wants to blame TLA, go back to the TLA tape. I was the first man up there. Go back to the tape. And I said on there live, every time a man is telling you what he's going through, the first thing a woman does is a man says he cut his finger, she'll come back to say, oh, well, I cut my hand, as if to say his issues don't matter. And 3 women back to back did it all over again. Listen. I don't care if you don't like a certain content creator. Fine. But all I'm asking you is, this is a grown man. Can we listen? Because you ain't talking to just somebody who's just some little kid looking for punani. You're talking to a grown man that fought for your rights to speak, for your rights to be in this chat, for your rights.
Yeah. Thank you, Uncle Stu. I definitely hear that. Let me see what Rilla.
Yo, what's up?
How are you? Good to see you, my brother.
It's good to see you, sis. I will say, Uncle Stu, I feel your passion. We appreciate your service to the country. We absolutely do.
Yes,
I often say that, I would have been Marine. I was going for Marine, but I got DQ'd for eczema. But I also think it's important that Omawale had a perspective on TLA. I rock with TLA 7 Ways to Sunday. And I think he has a valid critique of what he was saying. And I think we got to be careful with the messaging, because we got to lower the temperature on what women are doing. And I'm a shoot, I'll be the first to say, like, I understand. I absolutely 1000%, Uncle Stu, understand what you're saying in your situation and what you went through. I endured a volatile situation in my 10-year marriage with the mother of my children. But we got to challenge men to continue to be leaders. And when there's a breakdown in that, we can't excuse that. Just full stop. We can't excuse that. And, depression is real in our community. When I was growing up, there were fathers and grandfathers coming home from the Vietnam War, and they were never the same. And then, what is that? 20 years later, we're shipping brothers off to Iraq, right? And they came home, never the same again. And so, Courtney, I wanted to get up here and salute you. I'm not even going to take up much time. I'm actually going to drop right back down. I just want to come up here to show you love. I appreciate you. I salute you for pushing the agenda forward. I appreciate you for having a different perspective, taking us all in a different direction. You're not talking about the same stuff that everybody's talking about. Yeah. You're getting us to get into our actionable items, right?
It's a resolve.
Yeah, it's enough with the jaw jacking. Whoever was up here early and said enough with the gender wars, like,
yeah, no, it's OG.
Yeah, it's time out for that, man. We over that,
Yeah.
We over that. We are all at the bottom still, and we still pointing fingers. Well, it's the women. No, it's the men. No, it's the women. I was on King Talk last night, and we was having a whole conversation. And one of the OGs, 56 years old. 56 years old. 56 years old. And was sharing some information that I would say it like this, that was erroneous for the young bloods to be listening to. And so with that, we got to be careful. We got to be mindful. This is a delicate space for all of us. All of us are suffering from PTSD, especially those that come from inner city, suffering from PTSD. So I'm not excusing the actions of this gentleman. I couldn't imagine. And he held his seas with him. I'm not saying that you are, and I'm not saying
Yeah. I didn't want nobody to think I was excusing
what
he did. Yeah.
You made that clear on the outset. But I listened to Omawale, I listened to his broadcast, and I listened to it intently earlier today. And I had to be honest. If we as men say in this space, we're going to hold each other accountable, that's what we got to do. When a brother misses it, I don't care who it is. If a brother misses it and another brother takes offense to it, or another brother spots him and he's spotting your blind side, he got to be able to call that out.
Yeah.
And we got to be able to dissect that and say, hey, brother, hey, he caught you on the blind spot, man. Hey, maybe reconsider it. I'm not saying right, or it's not even about right or wrong. It's really
I'm not looking at the right or wrong.
It's about respectfully, OG. It's about iron sharpening iron. And what I'm saying is that in this space, if you look in the chat, there's a lot of brothers you know, expressing their hurt, their pain, what they went through. You know, I've talked about on the platform, and Courtney, I'll be quiet in a second, I promise.
Yeah, you're okay.
I've talked about on the platform where when I moved, I lived in Atlanta for 20 years. When I moved to Detroit, you know, the person that I was with at the time, we had a really, really bad breakup, and I sunk into this depression. And when you in that depression, you don't see no tunnel, you don't see your way out. You can't see the light of day. Now, I've never had no thoughts of doing anything destructive. It was just that I just was in a real bad headspace. And so I'm sensitive to people when they say, like, yo, I'm in this space. That brother definitely, you know, we could talk about the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but for those that are among the living still, man, if I would just say this, black man, go get therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Black man, listen, go get therapy. We just we're 2 years into a pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything is not okay. Everything is not normal. Go get therapy, please. I'm just leave it at that, Court. I love you, girl. I
I
appreciate
love you.
you are something else, girl. You something else, you little crybaby.
Whatever. I'll be crying again. You know me.
All right, I'm gonna jump
thank
off of here. Salute, salute.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Love
Bye,
y'all.
guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. What's going on, Nathan? And Lamar, if you're there, you can unmute as well too. What you have for us, Nathan? I saw you shaking your head.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a
It
lot.
is.
It's a lot to talk about. It's a lot to dive into. And I just want to say my condolences as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, me tearing up. I was just listening. And, you know, it's tough dealing with people passing.
Yeah.
But I wanted to lend my voice to this conversation. We haven't met formally, but I'm a retired law enforcement officer. So, of course, I have to deal with a lot of domestics and things like this. And so I actually made a video on this particular incident just to kind of give some insight from a law enforcement perspective. Because a lot of people, especially when it comes to domestics, they're kind of confused as like, how could this have gone on? You know, she's made a lot of reports to the courts and they weren't answered. And so, you know, I like to speak a lot about domestics because it's a real issue, especially, I mean, it's in everybody's community, but, you know, I speak a lot towards the Black community and really helping out our interactions with law enforcement. So in this lady's situation, first and foremost, let me just say his actions were completely evil, right, and wicked, and there's no justification for it. And I think sometimes when we start having these conversations to kind of dive into the source of the issues, sometimes we're not coming at it from an ear-friendly place, right? Like it doesn't sound good to say certain things because you have to kind of point fingers a little bit. And I think that's where we're starting to get a lot of negative reactions, especially from the man space. I've heard a lot of that going on recently. I did see the TLA live stream. And I think a lot of people are mischaracterizing what he was discussing, but, you know, I'm not going to speak for him. But I did listen to it, and I understood the direction and what he was actually talking about. And I think the angle is that, again, I've heard the lady who came on earlier, OG, I don't know the rest of her name, but Patrice, she was 100% correct about just the back and forth, the not really talking about the real issues, and you spoke about it earlier as well, the real issues that are impacting our community that we need to address. We're not talking about those things. These things don't become viral, right? Like we want to talk about the real issues, but we want to focus on relationships and drama and, you know, that type of thing. But I will say this, when it comes to domestics, you guys, evidence is so important. The judge is not going to grant protection orders. And I know it sounds silly, but I've worked cases where I would talk to women, I would hear everything that they're saying. A lot of times, a lot of women won't report things and they want to report them after they have like a bad fallout in a relationship. But as officers, we can't do anything with that. You know, something that happened 3 months ago, something that happened last year, and because you're tired of the situation, you want to separate. The judge doesn't consider those things. There's no evidence. Evidence is so important. And a lot of times I tell people, when a person shows you who they are, you need to believe it.
Right.
Don't justify their behavior. Don't make excuses for them. You know, and a lot of times what I've seen in these domestics is women will see the red flags. And I know there's reasons for the avoidance of it, but the reality is there's always something that's showing us that this person is someone that's potentially dangerous, or this person has mental health issues that need to be addressed. And that doesn't excuse the words and the things that he is saying. And I think that's where a lot of the pushback has come back from, is that just because a man is expressing his story or his truth, that it's not real, and that's not true either. Because I've investigated plenty of situations where women have lied, women have assaulted themselves to try to develop the evidence because they want to take the child away from or prevent the man from having the child. So I've done these things a lot, and so it's a tricky thing when you have people who can lie, when people are willing to be deceptive in order to have their way. So I say that to say that just because he did something completely unacceptable doesn't mean there were no truth in his words. And I think that's where you start to see men say, yes, we want you guys to hear what we are saying, because men are victims in these situations as well. And two things can exist at the same time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I definitely believe that. And what I've been seeing even, in the chat, and I looked at Red Supreme, Lord, Red Supreme, and he did a live about this, and it was pretty much women lie.
Right.
Women lie, and I know 70% of what they say is a lie to the police, and lie. But it was talking about this particular situation, and at the end of the day, the lady did say, I'm scared for my life. He told me that he was going to. I don't want to tell him where I live. Well, look what happened. Did she lie? And even if these women are lying, what if that 1% is telling the truth? So, I get it. And again, that's when I was telling women, your words matter. Words are important. Words have meaning. Words are remembered. Words are powerful. And so, your lying has a consequence. So if she was lying, look at the consequence.
Correct.
So it's on both of us. It's women. And that's, I don't understand. Sometimes in this space, we just don't seem to get it. We just can't blame. Well, the woman shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Right. Yeah.
His hands are dirty just as well.
No, absolutely. It's mutual. And I've seen things where, to me, I looked at some of the court paperwork in this case. And what I saw was a judge dismissed, it looks like, pretty much all the claims.
All of them.
And when I read her statements that she wrote, her statements to the judge, one of the things, there were statements saying that, hey, he did this in the past. He did this, it was a couple months ago. He did that, bit me here, bit me there.
Yeah, hurt the dog.
Right. So the question becomes, how come those things weren't, the police report wasn't done that time, when that incident occurred? Where are the photos? Where's the documentation? Those, unfortunately, it sounds silly, but those things are important because the courts know that people do lie. And I will say this, though, that I've worked plenty of cases where women have lied on men and they weren't held accountable for that. So you think about how much an allegation, how you talked about how powerful a woman's words are. A woman's words are extremely powerful. We see that with, I'll say Jussie Smollett. I know he's not a woman, but but you see how quickly a person can lie and how you can turn this country upside down. And so an allegation is very powerful coming from the words of a woman. A woman's words, like you said earlier, is her strongest weapon. If you scream and allege you're being attacked or being raped, or sexually assaulted, those things has weight to it. And society is a lot quicker to believe a woman's word than a man's word. And we understand why that is. Women and children are a protected class in this country, so we understand that. We're not taking away from that. But when women get it wrong, or when they falsely accuse a man or someone of a crime, whistling, at a woman can get you lynched, right? And so you think about how powerful that is and how it's always been that way. And men are finally in a space where they get a chance to actually tell their stories. And if you talk to people who work in certain professions, like an attorney or someone who works in counseling, people, nurses, they will tell you the things that they've seen women do that are extremely egregious towards men. And men no one really cares if we're suffering, You know, we're like, hey, my child's mother put me through this or through that. People just like, all right, well, get over it. You shouldn't have been dealing with her in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tough place. I really applaud you for having this conversation and coming at it from a very balanced perspective, because what I see a lot of times now that I'm new at this content creating stuff, I see that there's a lack of maturity with people in this space. They're unable to have conversations in good faith and say, hey, listen to what the men are telling you, right? This is something that men are going through. And unfortunately, this man was suffering, as he said, he was suffering from depression. He had no family, according to him, allegedly. He had no one he can turn to. And what was his outlook? We don't know. We don't really know much of anything. We can speculate.
Right.
I had similar situations dealing with people who suffer from depression. And I've spoke with them a couple of times before that fourth time going into their home, and they had already taken their life. So the question is, you try to do so much, but when someone makes up their mind, no matter how much resources you give them, it is difficult. It's something that within the self they have to defeat.
I appreciate you. What is you shut out your page?
Oh, okay. Nathan Daly. I know it's basic.
Super basic.
Super basic. What's funny is when I started, I could not think of a channel name at all. I was like, I'll just use my name. I should have did what you did. I am Corey. I like that. So
no, it's pretty basic too. This is me.
It's me. Yeah. If you guys want to check out my channel, it's Nathan Daly on YouTube. And basically, I speak towards bringing insight into the Black community in reference to law enforcement related issues. So I break down cases, like a lot of the popular cases going on now, the Dante riot and things like that, and just kind of giving us insight so we understand what the real issues are, and just very genuine, very transparent, and how we can have better outcomes with law enforcement. So if you guys check me out when you get an opportunity, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I was about to call you the Negro Brandon Tatum.
Hey, don't do it. Nah, not at all. Not at all. My God.
You say I called you the Negro version because he's.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We got Lamar and Bolo. Bolo, you know, I got to hear your perspective. But Lamar, you've been waiting, and I appreciate that. What do you have, hon?
I appreciate you for having me on. Can you hear me good?
Yes, I can.
I kind of want to go back to one of the original questions you asked, just why we don't talk about it. And there are many different reasons, but I just want to give one.
Okay.
I think one of the reasons is because we don't have enough education in it. I think that a lot of the narrative when we talk about depression, we only hear about I can use my case as an example. I only heard about the more severe forms of depression. So it was either you're in the house with your lights off, you can't get out of the bed, or you was in some type of like psychiatric facility. And so that was the only form of depression I ever knew until I took counseling. And then my counselor, who was also a Christian counselor, she told me that, no, there are different levels of depression, and most people actually have it, but they don't know they operate in it because they're not informed or aware that they do. So if, like, for instance, sadness, it's like a light form of depression, but you get over it. You don't stay in it for, a long period of time. I think also we've been taught either by mouth or just by action to mask our depression through alcohol, sex, drugs, pornography, whatever it may be, working too much. And so we mask it and we don't deal with it. It's easier to ignore it than to look in the mirror and say, now I have to deal with my issues and my problems. And so sometimes the mind can play tricks on us to say, this is too much to deal with. So let's put it to the back burner and don't worry about it. But the whole time it's actually affecting the way we talk, the way we walk, how we interact with people. So I think that this is a very serious topic to have, because we are seeing more and more people are dying from depression. committing suicide from depression. Let me correct that. I thank you, for bringing this topic up and being passionate about it, because it's something that is a direct, especially plaguing the Black community. I think that especially with men, a lot of men are taught to be hard. They taught to, if you express your feelings, then you're weak. To not talk about their issues, and so they mask it, and then we see it interact with. It's almost like they're always angry, due to like the family structure, how they grew up, no father or no mother, and so they have all this hurt and this pain and this anger in the inside, and then we see it displayed through gang banging. Even I'm about to say something controversial. Even when they're on the football field, they take that aggression to the football field, but it doesn't help. And then they come back home, and then you would then see on the news a football player beating up his wife, because it was never dealt with. It was just like a temporary relief. I just wanted to just share that.
Well, thank you. And I think that's important too when you talk about football, even with, football players. That just happened with the guy that threw his, I don't know if it was his wife or the mother of his child, across the living room into the TV, and then said it was quote unquote staged. What in the world was going on there?
Yeah.
So, no, I hear you. I do. So, thank you so much, Samara.
All right, thank you.
Coming up. Yes, come back again.
I will.
Okay. Hey, Bolo.
Hey, sis, what's going on?
I am doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. Before we start, I had a question I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
That voice that you do of a man, who is that? I always wanted to ask you that. Where'd you get that voice from?
Bolo, I'm animated at times.
Okay,
I don't know.
I just laugh at it. I find it funny.
It's somebody.
It's some.
It's some man. Somebody uncle.
So, man, this is so much to unpack, because, we were talking about this earlier. This gets crazy, right? The gentleman that was on before, he hit some very good points. A lot of times when we suffer with depression, especially with men, we're taught not to cry, we're taught not to hurt, we're taught not to feel because you're a man. And a lot of the times we don't speak about it because we don't want that stigma of being broken or weak, like the gentleman said. Here's the thing. When he made the examples of sadness and depression, they both carry similar traits. But the thing, like he said, with sadness is something that you get over because you're sad about something. When you go through depression, a lot of the times it's conflated and you're not pinpointed on depressed on something. There's a plethora of things. It's the same thing with the manic depressive and happiness, right? Joker is a manic depressive. From far away, he looks happy. But if you go and you check him, he's a sick man in happiness. So there are similar traits. When we're dealing with depression, it doesn't just come out physically. The beautiful thing about the mind and the brain is you will have some symptoms mentally. And a lot of us don't catch it because we don't study for it. We don't see it. And those symptoms then start to come out physically. And hopefully you catch it. We need to understand that, when you hear that cliche, the straw that broke the camel's back, we really don't give too much credence to what that means, right? A camel's made to pick up 300 to 400 pounds, 500 pounds. So if you put a straw that weighs close to nothing on that camel's back and it breaks it, how much stress was this, camel going through before he finally cracked? With men, see, women have always had a place to unleash. Whether it was positive letting go or negative, they've always had their girlfriends to call. You know what's going on? Bolo's doing this and Bolo's doing that. And they've always had a place to unleash, let that stress out. Men, we haven't had that. We don't have it, because if I call up my man Twitch and I say, Duke, and I start crying, Twitch is going to be like, Duke, man, you better get it together. You better get your mind right, G. You know what I'm saying? So we have to start to understand, brothers, that it's okay to cry, man. There's nothing wrong. You're not less of a man if you cry. I still choke a person for 7 seconds. So it doesn't matter if I cry or if I break, we break. It's harder for us to break than women, but we break. So, when you go to get therapy, and this is the example that I give, if you have a broken leg, you go put a cast on it, right? So if your mind is broken, you go get help. What man or woman will not go and get help? Right? But like the gentleman said again, a lot of us have been bred into this dysfunction and we operate in it because this is what we've seen all our lives. I did
Yeah.
a stream almost a year ago on a video where ignorantly I thought PTSD was a military disease. Ignorant, before I started falling into my depression and getting help and all that stuff, right? It's not until we go into something that we go to look for how to deal with it and how to cope with it. And it's not, right? PTSD, when you look at the definition, you can get it just by witnessing something. You don't necessarily have to be in that situation. So we look at our young men and young women in these hoods. If these men that are trained to go to fight see these things and these atrocities in foreign countries and come back blown away, they need to get help. What are our young men and young women seeing when they live with this daily? Why are they not going to get the help? Why are the parents not going to get the help? The onus is on us to do the work, right? Our young people have so much to deal with, more than what we had to deal with, being that social media is so prevalent in our lives now, right? Remember, we didn't have social media. If me and
No.
Courtney had beef, we came up on the block, we handled it, and the next day we playing.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can get bullied from a dude in Africa, and you here in America. You like, damn, the
That's true.
reach is, the reach is long. So these young men and young ladies, they don't have outlets to go to. So they're dealing with so much more than what we had to deal with. And I know I gave these examples on your channel before. I'll give them again. Young men and young ladies, young parents, we need to start to understand some of the things that we need to look for when it comes to suicide. We need to start looking at these things. So start to be a nosy body in your
Mm-hmm.
children's room. Go into the room, look under the bed, look around, because these are signs that may save your child's life, right? So if you go in and you see pictures turned away, toys turned away from normally where your child will sit in the bed, that's a big sign, right? Because they're ashamed of themselves. And sometimes it's
Mm-hmm.
a sign of them leaving. If they start giving things away,
Mm-hmm.
things that that they love, they start giving things away. That's another tall sign of suicide. If you go into the closet and one side of the closet is cleaned out, it's another sign. And there's so many more that we can go into, but we know, I don't have that much time because my man Twitch got to come up. The point is, we don't know what these children go through when they leave the homes. So the most important for me, when I've learned in therapy and from having doctors on my channel, right, is 9 minutes, the most important 9 minutes of your child's life. The first 3 minutes of the day, when they're
Mm-hmm.
getting prepared for the day. You talk to them, you speak that affirmation into them, you speak to them about what their day is going to be like, and you talk positiveness into them. The
Right.
day when they, after they come home from school, you decompress them. You don't know what their day was like. You talk to them, decompress them. You let them know it's going to be okay and things of that nature. And the last 3 minutes before they go to bed,
Mm-hmm.
these things are so important, right? We need to converse with our children. We need to converse with each other, right? And this is why the Lord says, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. How do I know if Courtney is going through something if I don't know Courtney? How do I know if Twitch is going through something if I don't know Twitch? Right? So this is why we need to know each other's personalities. So if I see Twitch not smiling when I say something like I'm gonna choke somebody for 7 seconds and he doesn't smile, then I know there's something wrong. So now I'm gonna holler at Twitch and go, yo, B, you all right, dog? You know what I'm saying? There's something, is everything okay? We need to know each other so that we can understand each other, right? And
Right.
what OG Patrice just wrote, you're not alone. That's what the enemy wants you to do. See, we need to read this book, man. We need to read the Bible because it's so important. When the Lord tells you that the truth shall make you free. Understand between when people misquote and say set you free. The truth will make you free. No matter what situation you're in, the truth will make you make that decision to either go left or go right. But understand it was the truth. The truth is going to make you be your true self. It's going to make you be your true self. So when you surround yourself with people that love you, with people that want to pour into you, this is why it's so important to understand the circle that you are in. This is why this is so important, because we're all going to fall, man. It's just, when is it your time? We're all going to fall. And when you fall, you want to put the people around you that are going to pour into you and grow you back to where you need to be. You don't want to just have people that are going to take advantage, people that are going to use you. So you have to be mindful of what you're doing before it happens. It's insurance, right? We always try to set things up just in case if something happens. We have to set things up for our mind frame, for our personal protection, you know? So if I want to set people up around me that's going to love me, pour into me, give me the truth. This is so important. You need to know you're not alone.
Yeah.
And that's what the enemy does. He takes you to yourself and makes you think that no one else understands what you're going through. To all you young men and young women out there that are thinking about taking your life, thinking that no one understands. We've been on this earth for more than 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years. You think that no one's gone through what you've gone through? Do you really think you're the only person that is going through this? No, you're not. And that's what the enemy wants you to think, that no one can understand you. Now, for those that are dealing with people with depression, understand this. The people that were in the World Trade Center, they didn't want to burn. So they chose to jump out the window. Think about that. They're on a 100-story building. And before they want to burn, they jump out. This is what men and women think about when they're going to commit suicide. It's not that they don't want to live. They want the pain to stop. Understand that point. It's not that they don't want to live. They just think that there's no other way for this pain to stop but for them to take their lives. So we have to take this serious, because there are so many children taking their lives. I think in Indianapolis, you have over 3,000 children taking their lives. And the statistics show that before they actually do it, they attempt or think about it at least 25 times before. So do the math. So you have a chance to actually intercede in that situation if you catch it. So parents, please talk to your children, men and women, brothers and sisters. We need to talk to each other, man. We better stop pressuring these men. And this is why I always say visitation rights are not for fathers, they're for inmates. If you have a good father and he wasn't a good husband for whatever reason, cool. You know, sometimes we're not meant to be husbands. But if he's a good father and you're hurt, don't turn those children against him. Do not use them as a weapon, because you do not know what people are going through in their life. And I use this before I leave. I'm sure we've all seen Happy Gilmore, right? And there was a part where they were making fun of this one kid in high school. And Happy Gilmore calls him up and just says, "Yo, I want to apologize to you, man. I know I was a bad dude." And he says, nah, you good, man. Thank you. Hangs up the phone. He pulls out this notebook, and Happy Gilmore's name was next to get shot. Take that into consideration. You don't know what a man or a woman is going through in their life, and you bump into them and say something slick. For every action, there's a reaction. There's no justification for anything. However, we live in the real world. So please, let's talk to each other with dignity, with respect. I don't got to like you, but I have to respect you. Let's be there for one another. Let's love one another. You know, and I'll leave on that, man. You know,
thank you, Bolo.
I love you, Twitch. I love you, Courtney.
Love you too, Bolo. I really,
having
really
me, darling.
appreciate you. Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yella, aka Twitch.
right. I got a whole new name. That's what's up. It's all right. How you doing, Miss Courtney? How you doing, everybody?
Good.
Yeah, my bad. Early, I was having some problems getting on the stream. That's why I couldn't cam up, but it's all good.
I understand. You're here now.
All right. I feel like what you're talking about right now is the most important part of this entire situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, forget who's right or wrong, forget who was justified, forget who did what.
Mm-hmm.
Mental health for black men is a problem. It's an issue that needs to be handled on a major scale. Like
Right.
on it needs a lot of attention.
Why is it getting
Um,
pushed under the rug?
kind of I don't know. Probably
Mm.
probably because it's a stigma, of course, in our community altogether about having mental health issues. It's something wrong with you if you got some mental health. You ain't the one to be around. You're gonna leave you in the house. Everybody had that one cousin who had some issues that, you know what I'm saying, was at the
Mm-hmm.
house, and you know what I'm saying, they kind of pushed him to the side. You know what I mean, and it wasn't right. You know, it wasn't right. But it's I think it's really getting pushed under the rug because there's too much contempt on each side.
Mm.
So right now, and I know it's gonna get back to that, but right now, black men and black women are kind of being weaponized against each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? That kind of that it's like two countries pointing missiles directly at each other. You know what I mean? And right now it's just firing off. So I think that above all else that everybody else is talking about on this platform, black men's mental health is kind of like you blink and you'll miss it, or it's
Mm-hmm.
not even talked about altogether.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and in some cases it's even dismissed
Right.
as it's not important. I can even tell you today, I was watching a platform earlier, and it was a group of people that wasn't black men.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Talking about black men really bad,
Mm.
really bad. I mean, you know what I mean? To the level of kind of like condemning death on them because they don't, you know, what I mean, if they don't take care of their kids, how they should take out a class action lawsuit against men because they are like it was just all types of levels of just
Mm.
bad. It was just all types of levels of bad. But it also mirrors the other side for men. When you hear men talking the extreme way that they do, you know,
Right.
them real serious red pill dudes who just talk out the side of their neck for no reason. Just, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, we get it, but you know what I mean? At some level, that kind of gets redundant.
Yeah.
But here in the middle is where everybody really need to pay attention, and it's all because nobody cares about the next person.
Mm-hmm.
It's too much individualism,
I agree. I
you
totally
know.
agree.
And with the mental health issue, especially, and in this story in particular, for me personally, I was that dude.
Mm.
So when I seen that video, I seen myself. October of last year, I was in a similar situation.
Mm-hmm.
My son's mother really wasn't cooperating, trying to build a family, trying to do all that, a lot of stress, work, and then I worked throughout the entire pandemic. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
working throughout the pandemic, no resources really from my job or anything like that. But you know, it is what it is. Everybody was dealing with that. And I felt that. I felt that sense of loneliness. I felt that sense of emptiness. I felt that what else? There's nothing else I can do.
Mm-hmm.
And October 20th of last year, I tried to make an attempt on myself.
Mm. Mm.
I'm sharing this for anybody who need to hear it.
You about to make me cry again.
Um, I don't know how much we can show on YouTube, but I'll just show the back of my arm. My left arm, I got two slices going across, sideways. It's the reason I'm bringing that up. That's initially a cry for help. It's a certain way you do things that are definitive. I'll just say it like that. Now, had I not got attention and quick enough, probably would have been the situation.
Yeah.
But for me, it was an either or. And I know that that's my situation because of the direction that they go in. So if anybody's worried about their people and you think they hurting themselves, just check them out. If they going sideways, they need some help. I've been in therapy since then. You know what I mean? I've been really focusing on trying to get back to where I need to be. You know what I mean? Because I was at my end. If it happened, it didn't. If it happened, it happened. If it didn't, it didn't. Fast forward, things is going good. Everything is going good earlier this year. We're going to 2021.
Right.
September 2021. My wife leaves again. I haven't seen my son in the last 90 days. I've been at home alone in the house that we just got.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't contemplating doing anything to myself again because I've figured out there's better ways to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, how can I put it? It was almost it was another level of wake up call when I seen this video of this man.
Mm.
Because a lot of the verbiage he was using has come out of my mouth before. You know, so
What makes you different from him?
that I survived.
Mm-hmm.
That I survived. Honestly, if I didn't, I probably wouldn't have the understanding that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, regardless of how far the end looks. Like, you don't have to stop halfway. You know what I mean? You might have to crawl. You might cry on the way there. You might beat yourself up. You might you might feel like it need to end, but it's not going to solve the problem. It's only going to create bigger problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when I seen him, I seen the fact that he was at that point where there was no other options. Now, the only difference between me and his case is I've never been accused of what he was accused of.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully. So I can't even tell you what that level of stress would do to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I know when I seen that video and the things he was saying and how he looked, I knew myself personally that I had made the right decision to get some help.
Right.
That I had made the right decision over these last couple months to not let it affect me to the point to where I want to do that. So it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed. We need to really stop focusing so much on the like you said, the red pill issues and the body counts and all that. We can leave that for entertainment because that's always gonna be fun. Because relationships ain't gonna stop being bad.
No.
You know what I mean?
We always
That's one
gonna
thing.
have somebody.
Right. Relationships
Right.
ain't gonna stop being bad.
But this stuff has to be addressed. It has to,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
in the midst of it all, we losing us. And I don't want to get to a point where it's just so neglected that this is becoming normal. These stories are normal. You know, thinking of suicide like that's just, oh, that's normal. I always think about doing this. It's not. And like I said, as a woman that I've been there too, you know, that I've suffered depression is something I continuously have to work on. I was telling TJ this before. He was like, it's nothing that I think it's just curable. Some of the stuff that you have to learn how to deal with. And some of the stuff when you go through it, you have to learn healthy ways to deal with it. Because I'll tell you, one of the ways that I was dealing with depression was wine and Anita Baker. And I would isolate myself and drink. And where I couldn't hardly go to sleep unless I had something and some sad songs. And it was just a cycle. And then it became to a point where it was like, what am I here for? Just to do this, just to work. And in this space, you know, people, baby mama, you ain't whatever. My child saved my life. Because I do have somebody to live for other than myself, because I didn't even deem myself worthy to live. And a lot of times when I go through it, I look at her and I'm like, she needs a mom. And it ain't because of me. And I think it's her. So I get it. And you're not alone. I'm not alone. It's so many people that go through it scared to talk about it. So we have to make this a normal conversation. We have to make these conversations where you don't feel bad, where you're able to speak your story and be like, yeah, I did this. You see you see my war rooms, but you see I'm still here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you.
Thank you. Like I said, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody that's here, because I think the reason this gathering is happening right now on this scale is because everybody collectively understand the problem.
Right.
From all angles, whether you think is, you know what I mean, the father's right system being bad, whether you think the mental health system and the medical system for Black people, period, is bad, but you know what I mean, that's a whole nother issue. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And just to, you know what I mean, it's a lot. So if we start with this and work outwards, I think we'll be all right.
What's your page? I see. Is it you just have a Twitch account?
Yeah, I just got a Twitch account right now. I'm back and forth on if I'm gonna start a YouTube or not. I don't think I got the I don't think I got it right now for all that. I'm gonna let y'all handle this right now. I might jump in sooner or later.
Put your information, if can, in a private chat, and I'll keep posting it, because I think you're necessary.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right, y'all have a good day.
You too. Thank you. And let him hang out. What's going on? Wale, your name has been thrown out a few times about yesterday in your stream.
Yeah, I've been watching on and off. You know, I got trying to get the kids situated and ready for bed, you know, for school and all of that tomorrow. But a lot has been said. I guess I just want to start by saying to you, Court, that I definitely want to offer you my condolences for the losses that you've experienced personally. I didn't catch the beginning of the stream, but my wife gave me the gist of what it was. You were talking about the loss, a close friend you experienced due to domestic violence. But what I really wanted to riff on is I wanted to let you know, first and foremost, Court, that this space doesn't deserve you. But I'm happy that this space has you. Because
why do you say that?
I say that because you make yourself vulnerable, your authentic self vulnerable in a way that not many content creators will. I think that you do a great job at creating a space for healing and for healthy dialogue to occur without people digging in and going into their respective foxholes. I feel like one of the things that I said to you once behind the scenes was that, you know, I would like to see your space become like a couch almost for like the manosphere. You know, like people come and sit down on Courtney's couch and they get access to some real-time therapy. And in listening to what the brother Yellow Twitch, shout out to you, fam, listening to what he just shared publicly, he just made himself vulnerable in front of an entire space to share his real wounds, both physically, externally, and internally, in terms of what he's been going through. So I think that this space needs a lot more of people who are willing to come to the middle ground and engage in healthy dialogue. Now, what I will say is that what made me do the live stream yesterday, and I did hear a lot of people reference it, is nothing personal against the lead attorney. You know, no personal issue with that brother.
Mm-hmm.
But what made me do the live stream is that this space, the Red Pill space, the Manosphere space, has a seismic blind spot when it comes to reading the temperature in the room and understanding the mindset and attitudes that many black men are dealing with. And I think that because we have that seismic blind spot, it makes room for an echo chamber where certain language is trafficked in that is not only unhealthy for the men in this space, but it is unhealthy for any woman who will come in contact with a man who has consumed such content. I was looking at a few live chats today, and I'm not going to mention the names of the content creators. One of the chats, they were talking about this situation. Black women were being referred to as German shepherds,
Mm-hmm.
cockroaches. Uh, Men were in the chat saying that those bitches got what they deserved.
Wow.
I watched a chat where brothers were using the hashtag "Today is the day," and people were putting laughing emojis under it. Now, if you understand that hashtag, that's the last words that people heard Rajee J, whatever his name, J Black, say on that video.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I had to, I guess, hold the TLA, hold him to the fire, everything that I posted, every clip that I put up during that live stream was the lead attorney not only blaming the victims for what happened to them. He said he used words like they instigated this incident. He used words like they pushed him to do this. The second woman learned from the first woman what to do. So
Mm-hmm.
he was creating and drawing a narrative and feeding a beast in this space that is already emotionally unstable. Right? He did not do his research on the story. He made a guarantee during the live stream that the man probably had not seen his kids in 6 months. Meanwhile, the man had his kids with him after killing his child's mother, and on his way to kill his wife. The kids were with him. So from my perspective, it's irresponsible. And it's an example of the tail wagging the dog. So this space is toxic, and I'm okay with cracking the echo chamber. I'm okay with saying what's not being said or disagreeing with people regardless of their status or their stature. So if folks were upset by anything that I said, and I'm not necessarily talking about the TLA, I'm talking about any man who felt like, they could put themselves in the shoes of the murderer, to an extent, I'll empathize with men who feel like they can put themselves in the shoes of that moment. But if I'm being real, like, I really don't care, because I think that what's on the other side of this situation in terms of the potential for violence and extreme aggression is something that we are ignoring. And I think that as a space where men are having our voices heard, I think that we are ignoring it to our own detriment. So I want to thank you again for making this space for healing dialogue to occur. But at the end of the day, we have to mature the discussion, and we have to call out bullshit when we see it. So that's my perspective.
I appreciate you, Amawale. You're always dropping something. And I appreciate you so much. And I think the space needs you as well as Yellow, as well as Nathan. Like, it has to be a balance. And it has to be where we do want to resolve. Like the first time I really talked to Omawale, it's like, what's your purpose here? What do you want? And I said, the missing link, or resolve. But shit, I can't do this by myself. We need your voices to crack some of this anger. Like, I get it, we mad. But damn, how long we gonna be angry? How long are we going to isolate ourselves from each other? Because again, this also perpetuates the depression that we are in, the state that we can't get along. And so you have women 40, 50 years old not relating to a man and vice versa. And we're isolating ourselves and we are lonely, and it's the holidays. And you mean we can't get along where I'm at home by myself all the time with a dog, with my kids, but not with a man that I'm supposed to love, that's supposed to love me, because I'm listening to bullshit all day on YouTube telling me that you're just a modern woman? Okay, and like, I'm too old. Are you a pick me? I'm 38. I'm a woman that understands that I need a man. And I like you if you like me, and let's try to work this shit out. Because if not, God knows what might happen. I need you for my health, for my sanity, because I can't do this alone. And I can't do this if I'm still dealing with mental problems from old relationships. We have to heal. Or these situations are going to come up time and time again. And these people in these echo chambers that think it's okay because she had it coming is applauding the bullshit and murders.
Terrible.
It's.
I think I'll just chime in real quick.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest challenges is that we see this same problem on both sides. And I think what you're having is this, again, I think OG Patrice spoke on it, about this gender war. I don't know where or why this war even exists, to be completely honest. I know there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. People have a lot of mega platforms. And what it seems like is we're choosing profit over solutions. And just to be completely clear, from what I've seen, is that we're not coming together having good faith arguments, both sides, both genders, for the same conversation that we're having. I believe gentleman, I know they called you Twitch, Yella, made a statement, which I thought was very true. And again, you guys, I deal with this all the time, speaking on law enforcement issues, right? You know, people calling me Uncle Tom or a sellout just simply because I do this profession. And so I understand. So when we're having these conversations of people who don't want to listen, who can't just sit down and say, let's listen to the facts. Let's listen to understand each other, not listen because you just want to say something and be right. You know, you don't want to have a healthy conversation. And this is something I see all the time in our community, the ignorance, just pure ignorance. We can bring facts and put it right in front of us and we just won't look at it, right? And there's a saying that it's easier to fool a person than to tell a person they've been fooled. And this is true within our community, right? And so what he said, what Yellow was talking about, how you can go on a lot of these other platforms and they're pro-female, pro-Black woman. And what they're doing is they're bashing and degrading men and talking down on men. This is way before men had a platform, way before men had the manosphere. Women were doing this, Black women were doing this to Black men. I've seen it. We've seen Black men do it to pander to women. So now that men actually have a space, you're starting to see all the frustration that never was expressed, that no one was ever paying attention to. And so a lot of times it has gotten to a place where you have different levels of it. You have some guys who are really extreme. You have some that are moderate, and you have some that are really chill, and you have some that are very balanced, where we can look at both sides and then say, hey, listen, this is the logical reasoning behind this. Let's talk about it. And you have some people that are extremely hard-headed on both sides. So the question is, how do we find solutions? I'm a very solution-based person, which is why I love what you're doing, getting to the root of the problem. What's the root of the issue? And to be honest, and I watched the whole stream with TLA stated, you know, he was talking about everything. I think it's easy for us to mischaracterize certain things that we hear if we don't hear the whole entire conversation. And the things he pointed out were the court systems. He pointed out behaviors of the women, behaviors of that man. The reality is there is a lot of issues in our court system. We have a lot of women in our community that use the courts. They weaponize the courts, and they actually falsify information, and they bury men under the court system. And this is someone, I'm telling you, at 13 years experience doing this. I've watched women make false police reports on men. I've watched them do the most sinister things to men. So what we're saying is that no, we don't agree with no one agrees with what he did. But we can't ignore that these things are happening. By the grace of God, you have men who are able to maintain their sanity, maintain their discipline, and not do things like harm themselves or harm someone else. And just last month, we had a sister in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta. We had two power couples, a Black woman and a Black man. I believe they're really wealthy. And she killed him. And then she took her own life. And this is you heard about that, yeah. And so this is something, but no one was vilifying her, right? People were saying, okay, well, what was she going through? Something must have been wrong. You know, what did he do to her to cause that? So this is the issue. You know, we're not taking the time out and to say, listen, you guys, this is an agenda thing. This is a mental health thing. This is what's going on in our relationships, us trying to maintain these lifestyles that we see in social media. You know, you guys don't see the stuff, the antics people will try to do just to save, just to look like they are something that they're not. You know, I get to see all those things. And these are the things that are causing us mental health issues as well. You know, it's such a deep, deep issue. And, you know, we need to prioritize these conversations more.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, the naked truth, I'm gonna get you as well. So thank you for your patience. And I think again with these conversations, it's the root. Are these situations preventable?
Right.
Are they?
To a degree.
Yeah.
To a degree. We'll never remove it all, right? When we look at this situation with Rajee, what are the things that are factors in here? We can't change a person's behavior. We can't legislate a person's actions. Unfortunately, law enforcement, the way we operate is very reactive. You know, you brought up the incident with the football player who threw the girl into the TV. She talked about how she made reports after reports, but there were no evidence. But I made a video on that as well. The department dropped the ball on that because when they responded to that incident, she had all the evidence, and it took them, I believe, like 4 or 5 days before they actually took a warrant out for his arrest. I apologize. And in that time frame, he could have came back and took her life, you know. And so we see where the system fails women. We see where the system fails people just in general. And this does happen often. I had a case where I had a lady who made a report. We arrived. I had the evidence. I arrested him. And then a week later, he comes out he's released, and he goes and takes her life. So then the question is, how can you prevent another person for doing those things? You know, and it's very hard. When we look at the courts, what are the courts' responsibility? They have to act on evidence. And again, like I said earlier, unfortunately, we have a lot of women who wait too long to do the part that they can do. And that's where we're starting to see this issue. When I read those statements, the letters that she wrote to the court, she was talking about everything in the past. And that it looks like that relationship waited so long to the point to where it was too far gone, right? There was a statement she put in there about how he's coming to get the other half of the money for the house that she sold, which said to me is that they had a house together. They were married.
Right.
They got the divorce. She sold the home, and she didn't give him whatever he was owed. See, those are games, and those things. And again, though those things, you know, get played out in real life, there are real life consequences, and we have to talk about those. No one's agreeing with that behavior, but we do have to say, listen, you don't know the type of person you're gambling with. And I tell people that all the time. You have to be careful with the words with your actions. We can't assume that someone is going to be as grace, show us the same grace as we show them.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yes, sir.
You just made a statement. You said that you read in the paperwork that she had sold the house and she was waiting for him to come get the half of the money.
No, the statement. Apparently, in the statement, she said something to the effect of, he wanted to get the other half of the money of the house that was sold.
Okay, and then you characterize that as a game.
As a what?
As a game. You said she was playing games with him.
Here's how it works. A lot of times in divorce.
No. You just made it. You just made a statement.
Yeah, that's a game.
How do you know that she was playing a game with him by stating that she was waiting for him to come get the other half of the money?
What I'm speaking of is what tends to happen in situations where these people
we're talking about the situation that
Are you going to allow me to? Are you going to let me speak?
No, because what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not doing that. Are you going to let me speak and finish? You asked me a question, but you're not letting me give my response.
No, you can give your response.
I appreciate you. So what I stated was people play games. If he was owed money, that money should have been given to him.
So how are you characterizing that as a game? How do you know she was playing a game? You just characterized what she did as a game. How do you know?
That's a game that people play.
How do you know she was playing? This is the problem. Y'all continue to come up here and y'all continue to paint the situation one way or the other, and you don't know. You're feeding assumptions and you are painting a narrative. You just said you read in the transcript that she was waiting for him to come get the money. Based upon that one fact, you then jumped the whole mile and said she's playing a game. How do you know based upon that fact that she's playing a game?
The statement is this. If she sold a home, which she stated in that paperwork, he came and wants the other half of the money. She did not give. It's in there. She's implying that she didn't give the money. Is that not a game?
Listen, you're reading into things. You're saying she's like, if she said that I'm
waiting, we can pull it up.
There's no need to pull it up.
We need to pull it up.
No. Hold on. Listen. What you cannot do in these emotionally charged situations is take a piece of information and then create a narrative. By you saying she was playing a game based upon that one piece of information is you creating a narrative. I could create a narrative on the other side, but I'm not going to do it. How do you know she didn't want to wait for, to be in a safe space where she could give him the money? She said that she's been threatened in the past and she's afraid for her life. So how do you know that she wanted to be in a secure space? You don't know, and I don't know. So I'm not making that statement, but you are. And that's the problem.
No, the problem is we have people talking about the subject matter and don't have any experience to be able to speak on it.
Like yourself.
I'm explaining.
Like yourself.
What I'm explaining.
You're reading into the subject matter and then you're going to lean on your expertise to say, I can paint a picture because I'm a magician. I'm a cop. So I've seen these situations, so I can just go ahead and create a picture. And my status as law enforcement gives me the ability to just go ahead and use conjecture. That's bullshit.
No, the problem is we're having a conversation about real life events.
Yes,
and you're having a
narrative, and you are painting a narrative, and you can't humble yourself and say, you know what, brother, I was wrong. I don't know if she was playing games. You know why? Because you don't know. So say that instead of doing what you're doing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. First of all, you need to relax. Okay, stop coming with the emotional argument.
Okay.
You're
playing into the emotions of the audience by saying that she's playing a game. This is an emotional topic, so I can be as emotional as I want to be. I can be angry and I can be fucking.
And being overly emotional is what got that man and them two women in the ground. So why don't you try listening?
Listen,
hold on. Because I don't want to make it a screaming match. I don't want to make it a screaming match. I don't want to make it a screaming match. I don't want to make it a screaming match. Hold on.
You're jumping into a conversation between two other men and saying you don't want to make it.
But you making an assumption. You making an assumption.
You jumping into a
chill out, brother.
Between two other men and telling me
because because hold on. You want to know why? Because you said something I could have took offense to when you came in.
What you are saying.
You also made a few statements that anybody else could have got mad. Why don't you let him speak?
This brother.
I'm going to put everybody on mute.
Let him speak.
I'm going to put everybody on mute. So we have to relax. I understand it's a lot going on. And I understand someone feels this way and someone feels that way. Everybody's feelings is valid. But we have to let each other speak about it. And if we disagree with something, cool, but we have to speak. So let me do this. Nathan, I actually have some of the reports that was filed. Let me pull them up, because I understand what you guys are both saying. Nathan has experience in this, and so he's talking about his experience. While I understand what you're saying, because you don't want people to jump to conclusions of what a sentence means. I get what you both are saying, but let's have the dialogue first. So can we not please talk over each other? This is a place to heal.
But first of all, I apologize to you, Court.
Thank
I didn't
you.
mean to disrespect your platform. This is a very passionate issue for me. So listen, as Black man, brother, I'm going to apologize to Nathan. I'm going to apologize to Twitch, because we don't got to get indignant. We can talk as men.
I agree, and thank you, Courtney, as well. And Amawale, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I agree with you 100%. My intention was not to create a narrative. My intention was to explain how these situations can incite a person and take a person over the edge. And I'm using my experience to try to bring insight to the conversation. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people aren't privileged to know what goes on behind the scenes within the courts. I sit in hours in courtrooms and I hear what actually goes on. So I apologize to you as well. That was not my intentions. And I apologize for saying you were emotional. I should have said you were passionate. Okay, so I'm not here to disrespect anybody, because we cannot grow as a community, especially as men. We cannot build if we're fighting each other. We are all on the same side. All right. What you're saying is 100% correct. And a lot of people are creating narratives because their intentions are wicked. And that's not what we're doing here. We're having an honest conversation. I just come from a different perspective because of my background. And so I can speak on both sides. I've seen women treat men bad, and I've seen men treat women bad in this same space. So I don't want anybody to think it's one-sided, but we're talking about this particular issue. So I don't have an issue retracting my statement. I just wanted the opportunity to clarify. That's all. So again, I apologize about that, and it meant no disrespect.
Listen, no apology necessary. We're having an exchange. There was a difference of opinion. The issue that I had is, leading into your statement, you mentioned that folks were mischaracterizing the lead's statements, his arguments, and I felt like you kind of like did a similar thing, so that's why I was pointing it out.
No,
I understand what I'm saying. I think
I respect that.
When you say that, that's an example of like game playing, then for me, I'm like, okay, you're spinning a narrative, and I could get your background, I get your experience, but nothing about your background or experience gives you the ability to say in that incident, the fact that you just pointed out was an example of her playing a game.
And I respect that, and I don't disagree with that. And all we can do, honestly, the whole purpose of learning and growing, we do have to take situations and criticize. We do have to take situations and speculate. That's the only way we learn, right? So if we don't try to examine all avenues of what took place, we're not going to grow by not assuming. We have to assume. We have to, because this man stated in his video, we have to also assume that he was 100% being honest. And we have to also assume that he was 100% lying. And I say that in complete transparency, because the reality is these things happen more than you think. This was put on the pedestal. This was examined by all of us to see. And we don't have all the facts because the people who could tell us a true story are not here. What we do know is something did happen. There was something that was going on. He was suffering from depression. And we know the courts did not do anything about it. We have to ask ourselves why. What we do know is she spoke on a history of domestic violence. but she never got the help. She never got help from law enforcement, and she didn't get help from the courts. And these are things we have to talk about. But why did he get pushed over the edge? What were the things that she was doing, though she may have been justified to do, that caused him to tip him in that direction?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Let's get the naked truth and Nelson Counseling to say something too, because they've been patiently.
Can I hop in real quick? Yeah, because I want to bounce out, but I do want to apologize to everybody on the panel. I want to talk to the brothers about the brothers. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce your name, but you know, no need to interfere. You know what I'm saying? But I want to say this to the good brother who had the issue with the narrative. You got to understand that you want to navigate a gray area in black and white, and it's not gonna happen. There's not gonna be one definitive side on who's never, because how I feel about it might be different from how you feel about it. But if you ain't been in them shoes, there's a different set of shoes closer to the person who's actually in them.
Right.
So here's the thing: if we are going to impose our personal experiences onto a situation that is emotionally charged, that is not our situation. Every situation has to be judged on its own merit. And in our imposition, if we are going to slant it and say that the people who were killed they pushed the perpetrator to do so, because that's the language that's being used. So the question I was going to ask is, do we know how mental illness works? Because nobody has to push you if you're mentally ill. There's nothing I can do to control your mental
that's why I disagree with you. That's why I disagree with you. Okay. You want to know why? Because before I was in my situation, I had no thoughts of doing what I was going to do.
Okay.
I didn't have no signs of mental illness.
I guess
I wasn't taking no medicine. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm gonna definitively answer your question.
Go ahead.
That's how you can be pushed.
Yep.
When you fighting an uphill battle against somebody who has that type of power over you, whether it's a mother and a child, whether it's a job, whether it's anything, you can be pushed. Hold on. You can be pushed. Think all the people who had to exist. Hold on. Think all the people who had to exist through the pandemic that ain't here now because they couldn't make it through 2020. Them people wasn't messed up. If you haven't been pushed to that level, congratulations.
Can I give a response?
Let's let them talk. They've been hanging.
I think one of the, thanks, Courtney. Nice to see you. Hello, everybody. Let me just try and diffuse the situation. You look great. I love your Barack Obama impersonation. Let's try and calm the air down a little
I'll do it later. Okay.
Yeah. So I think for me, I looked at it more from a prevention point of view. So what's happened has happened, but what can we take away from this? You know, what red flags do people miss, be it the man or the woman? You know, what red flags were missed during this kind of situation? That's what I spoke about in my channel. You know, did this guy display any previous histories of violence, you know, shoving, anything like that? And for the woman as well, when you're dating somebody, you know, you need to take the time to see whether they're family oriented. You know, you need to take the time to see what their views about co-parenting. These are conversations that adults should be having when they start dating each other. You know, do you agree with that? That people need to actually have conversations about how they're going to date each other, what is going to happen when we break up? You know, that people do that. It's pre-relationship questioning to see whether we even share the same values. So I think that that's one area that we haven't actually talked about yet. Then the second thing I wanted to say was that, to agree with Omowale and some of the other panel members, is that all these messages that we're hearing on YouTube at the moment, all these messages about women are this and men are that and women are this, research is actually showing that in the last 2 years, so many new pockets of very, very angry people, mainly men who, and I'm not saying black men, because this is happening even with white people in Europe. so this is leading so many people to actually have violence against even strange people that they don't know. There's men that are just going around shooting women just because they think women are really horrible people. So as content creators, if I was to speak to my brother Lead, I would say, yeah, it's okay to tell us your experience, but please, at the same time, we need to remind people that there's really no excuse for violence. It's not acceptable, because what we're hearing is almost as if we're justifying the violence. That's what's happening. There's no excuse to justify any kind of violence against any person. No woman should be hitting any man, and no man should even be joking about whether or not domestic abuse should be allowed. You know, these are putting really bad ideas into men's heads. Okay, now, with regards to Mr. Nathan, the police officer, we understand that you have the experience, and we understand that leaders in family law cases where women have done horrible things. But I agree with Omowale, you can't. It's like a doctor. You learn about heart attacks and you know what the signs are. But we all know that some people would present with different signs. So you've got to treat each case individually. Let's not let our biases and our prejudices make us automatically think that this woman must have done something wrong. Because the truth is, we don't know. Let's be fair on both parties, is what I'm saying.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with you. Nelson, you have something to say? And also, I'm going to put this up too while you're on the stream.
Yeah.
So these were go ahead, Nelson.
So I was on the I spoke for a minute on the lead attorneys panel the other day, and I think what keeps getting missed here is that, so I think somebody mentioned it before, we are trying to paint this as a black and white kind of situation. Like, yeah, there's no excuse for what happened. That is correct. But speaking on the mental health side of things, as a counselor, I'm going to look at the information that I have in front of me of what happened and try to understand the context in which it happened, also that I can form empathy so that I can put myself in this person's shoes.
Correct.
So looking at kind of the break, like what I saw from the video, I painted this picture on the lead attorney's channel. Is that you have a man that was suffering from depression, and symptoms of depression being that you might isolate yourself more often, and that you will have recurrent, not you will have, but you can have recurrent thoughts of death. So you keep that in mind with the fact that he's going through a custody battle for 3 years for his children. Now, we don't know the value that he placed on himself as being a father. We don't know his background, that if he had a father in his life, if there was some sort of traumatic experience that caused him to view fatherhood as his main thing in life, like what he built his whole personality around. So if you think about somebody like that may have that sort of like, I'm a father before anything, and that's all that matters to me. If you're inside of a legal battle with potentially losing your children, that is a traumatic experience. And to think about that in terms of going on for years, and I don't know if he was being lied on about what it was said that he did to the children, but if I believed him and he was lied on, imagine being inside of a court for 3 years, being told consistently that you did something to your child that you view as the world, your world, being told over and over again that you violated them in the worst way. So now as a counselor, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about PTSD also. And then one of the symptoms of PTSD is constantly reliving the traumatic experience. So if 24/7 your mind is replaying what you're being lied on, you're being mistreated, this is always happening to you because now you've been in multiple relationships that have had the same outcome. and you put that together with symptoms of depression and recurring thoughts of suicide or death, what he did now makes sense because you can understand why he broke. But it was really bothering me. That's why I quickly wanted to jump on the panels, because it was like, we're all trying to have discussions about this. We're all trying to give our points of view, and it's like for no reason we're attacking each other. We're attacking our viewpoints. We're attacking, saying that we're creating narratives. Like, how in the world are we supposed to grow with one another if we have to watch what we say so we don't get attacked by one another? Like, brother Africa, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize, but it really bothered me when I felt like what the lead attorney did in having that live stream was really miscategorized, and you said you were like taking him to task on that. Like, why, if you had such an issue with it, send him an email, go directly to him. Like, that's part of the reason why we don't speak, is because as soon as we say something, you got people attacking us. Like, a simple one-on-one conversation with him about how you felt could have led him to go on and do another live stream and brought you up and had a conversation about it. But we always go to attacking one another, and it's so unnecessary.
Can I ask you a question, Mr.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Were you equally as bothered when the lead attorney said that the girlfriend instigated her own death?
The only thing that I tried to understand from the lead attorney is what his main purpose was, or his overall viewpoint on what happened. And what I took from his overall viewpoint was that he was saying this system is broken and it is set up to cause us to fail. So lead attorney does these long 4-hour, 5-hour live streams where he just talks. So it's going to be, it's possible that he said something that he did in an incorrect context, and he didn't mean it the way that he said. I don't know, but okay. I'm saying for you could have easily just sent him an email or something just saying, listen, can you give me a little bit of clarity on what you were thinking when you said so-and-so, rather than go on Courtney's channel and do this. Like, both what Courtney and the lead are doing are great things. Like, look how many people is watching this type of content and learning stuff about this. Like, that type of stuff, in my opinion, no disrespect, is just unnecessary.
So your answer is you were not bothered.
Are you serious, dude?
No, it's because I asked you a very specific question.
Yo, you have to stop trying to
you didn't these narratives. So I'll take it that you don't want to answer the question.
My answer to your question is that I wanted to understand the lead attorney's heart. That's all I cared about in the situation, is what was the message he was trying to get across. He might have come across the wrong way to some people, and he might have come across the right way to other people.
So you're saying that the statements that he made were not relevant because you wanted to understand his heart.
All the statements that he made are relevant, but my goal is to understand his heart and what he is truly trying to say.
Okay.
Well, what situation? Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know the lead attorney, and I'm not here to read his heart. But he does have a huge platform, and his platform is influential to the minds of a lot of young men. And those statements that he made, I don't know his heart, but I did hear the statements, and I heard them correctly within their context. And those statements were hella inappropriate.
You heard them correctly within their context?
I played them back within their context. You can go to my channel. I have a whole live stream playing the statements and responding to them. So that's what I'm asking you.
But you also had a conversation with him to make sure that the context that you painted was.
How am I to have a conversation? The conversation was had in me putting out if he chooses to respond, he can respond. That's the conversation. I'm not going to. You want me to? Somebody is a public figure. You want me to reach out to a public figure to say, "Hey, I don't know the lead attorney."
He's not LeBron James. He has his email right inside of his YouTube channel. Like, send the dude an email.
I think the thing.
Let me do that.
Can I ask another question though, just because your specialty is counseling?
Sure.
All right. So if someone is suffering from mental illness, is an external stimuli required for them to act out on that mental illness?
It depends on what the mental illness is.
I'm asking you that. Let's say bipolar, schizophrenia, whatever it is, because the only thing that we know, and we're dealing with facts here, is in between killing his girlfriend and on his way to killing his wife, his ex-wife, he went live and gave an unwritten manifesto and said, I've been depressed because of this, that, and the third. That's all we know.
Mm-hmm.
What we do know is that he's unhinged. So clearly, mentally, we don't know what the history of. We don't have any of that. But if somebody is battling with mental illness, is an external stimuli required for that person to act?
And you can only do it on an individual person-to-person basis. So in his case, he went live and said that he had been battling depression. So whatever happened in that day that caused him to say today is the day was enough that whatever was holding him together before is no longer there.
So the question, okay,
something could have happened that caused him to snap.
That's a great answer, and I'm trying to walk through this with you very slowly because that's a great answer. So the next question I would then have is, would it be required? Because people are saying that his ex-girlfriend and his wife pushed him to act, and I'm using push. That's an actual quotation. They pushed him to do the thing that he did. Now I'm asking.
I'm sorry, that's my
kid too. Don't worry about it. I got to do
How is that your baby?
Go to mommy. Go to mommy.
Yeah, don't.
She has a Reese cup for you. Go ahead to mommy. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead and continue.
To ask you the question in a better way, and this isn't the contention that's coming from my end is because I have a really big issue with us being irresponsible with our language and creating narratives that feed a certain level of energy within this particular space. That I think that I honestly think that we have a huge blind spot to it, and we're not understanding the danger that poses. Right? Are you familiar with? I'm pretty sure you may not be familiar, but there's a young lady by the name of Asia. I believe her last name is Alman. I might be her last name, but she was murdered in 2009. She was murdered by a guy who frequented this space, listened to a certain red pill content creator, so constantly consumed a certain level of content that painted women in a certain picture that made him hate women. And he eventually acted out on that and murdered this young lady. So what I'm saying is within this space, there are a lot of fragile minds that come to this space and they are being fed. And I think that when we have a voice and a platform and we are painting a narrative to say, the second girlfriend learned from the wife what to do. The second girlfriend knew that if she did this would happen. So then you go to the comments and people were saying, well, they got what they deserved. Because if I was in that situation, I would have did that too. And I'm like, what do you mean they got what they deserve? You don't know these instances. Like you don't know how his
So
the point I was making is you don't know the impact that his mental illness had on the relationship that he had with those two women. Those women could have legitimately been terrified, right? But my thing is, I'm not reading or making that assumption or painting that narrative in that way. I'm just saying that it's irresponsible to make the assumption or paint the narrative in the other way. That's the only point that I'm trying to make.
So I didn't want to say that he's paint. I can't say the picture that the lead attorney is painting or what he meant to do. I can, like, for me, you're talking about people being public figures and having a certain responsibility to.
I mentioned he's a public figure because you told me to reach out to him. I'm not going to reach out to a public figure. People comment on statements that are made in the public. So my live stream that I did was just a response to public statements that were made in the public.
So my thing is, with people that have a certain
Now,
platform. Yes.
go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish up because I want to go over this petition as well too, because Nathan brought it
Okay.
up and I have a few excerpts from it.
Okay. So the last thing I wanted to say was, with people that have a certain platform, that have a certain amount of fame or popularity, we tend to idealize them and put a certain expectation of perfection on them. So I'm always trying, for me, this is just me, I'm always trying to remember somebody's humanity, and remember that people are fallible. They are able to make mistakes. You know, the lead attorney speaks a lot, so he's bound to say 100 dumb things if he's saying like 5,000 other good things. So but I definitely appreciate your comments and your input, but I just wanted to kind of add into the dialogue with that.
Yeah. So this was the petition that of the protection order, peace order that she kind of, I guess, came out. I got a couple of it, so I'm not sure in what order. Nathan, you talked about this, and so we'll see parts of it. Mouth, I'm coming for you. Rajee Black has a history, and this is what you talked about, Nathan, talking about the history on her past and what she was bringing up past stuff of threatening, pushing, shoving, biting, intimidating, mental abuse, and emotional abuse towards me. I am terrified because I do not know what he's capable to do to me and the girls. I do not feel that we are safe. I do not feel safe at all. I feel that my life is in danger.
Right.
So, as a police officer looking at this, she talked about the past, but also is saying that she's terrified.
Correct.
Wouldn't that be if something that causes she's terrified as of now?
Yeah, yes and no. I think a lot of times it depends on what the evidence is. Remember, everything is evidence based. So remember, a judge is going to be over an officer when we talk about the law and what the judge can do. I can't supersede what a judge can put together. So the judge is seeing this petition. This is after a police officer. So she brings this to the judge, and she's showing this to the judge and saying, "Hey, this is what I have." The judge is going to say, "Listen, I need more. I need more." And I understand why women feel, why they're upset about this. And this is one of the biggest issues with the system, because one would argue that it's not designed to prevent, almost in a way, things like this from happening. If you're dealing with an abuser who is very tactful, very mindful about how they send messages, the words they say. I've had cases where I've told women and men, "Hey, record the conversation. Put up recordings, in the room when you're having these talks, so we can hear the actual threat." And again, the reason for this is because people do lie. Men and women lie, and so we have to account for those allegations that people make, and they're not true.
Yeah. And I understand what you're saying because now it's making sense. So in this part, just take this. She's talking about past history, which we can't do anything protective order of something that happened a while ago. We don't even know if this was a month ago, 2, 3 years ago.
Correct.
And so now she's saying she's terrified, but it has to be a why.
Correct.
So currently we can't use past. I need evidence on why are you terrified for you to give this? And so as of right now, just this excerpt, it doesn't seem like this would be granted because there's no evidence of why she's terrified, just the stuff that happened a while ago.
Correct. And when I pulled up the files online, it shows that these were dismissed. And even the news talked about it, that petitions were made. The judge dismissed, I think, over 3 of them, and some of the most recent ones. So the question is, why did they dismiss them? Right? There's sometimes they're dismissed because there's not enough evidence. Sometimes it's dismissed because they found out that it was actually inaccurate, that it was a lie. So that we don't know, and all we can do is speculate. And I believe Omawale, he was saying, "Hey, we don't want to create narratives." We don't want to create narratives, and I agree 100%. It can be dangerous, but we can't speak on the maturity of the people who watch and consume content. That's one thing that we don't have control over. So we have to be mindful of that, right? We are assuming that we're talking to adults. We're assuming we're talking to mature people. And unfortunately, we have a couple who aren't that sneak into the bunch, you know, and we can't control that. But one of the things in here that I will speak on that we do make arrest on is what we call in Georgia, I can speak on Georgia law, is simple assault. And I wasn't there in these altercations. We don't know if she's filed police reports. We don't know how those officers did investigations. I could tell you from personal experience that when I would come into a situation and you have two adults that are fighting or there's some issues going on, and you have one person, whoever the abuser was, is saying that I don't feel safe. This person threatened me and things like that. I still need a little bit more than your words. I need an action, right? For example, I had a case where a woman, because a lot of times men won't call for these type of things. A lot of times men call after they've been assaulted by a woman, right? Aggressive, like stabbed or shot. For the most part, a lot of men won't call. But I had a particular case where a man came home, is the husband, and they were in a domestic. And he took his cell phone and he threw it at the wall. He threw it so hard that the cell phone penetrated the dry wall. And when I showed up, she said, "I'm in fear." I arrested him that night. I arrested him that same moment because of that. Why is that? Because the charge simple assault allows me to actually make an arrest on someone for putting someone in fear for their safety. So when we look at this charge, you look at, okay, well, what are we looking at? What's the evidence? The evidence is that he showed a level of aggression that would make a person feel unsafe. There's evidence to support that. When I go and speak to the judge, I can say, "Hey, Your Honor, this is what happened. You know, he never threatened her. He never raised his hand at her, but he showed an aggression. He showed a lack of control over his emotions." By what? What was the action? He took his cell phone out of anger and he threw it. He didn't even throw it in her direction.
But because he threw it.
Because he threw it. You cannot, as a man, I tell men this, if you're having issues with your significant other and you're angry, you can't even destroy your own stuff in her presence because you put that woman in fear for her safety. That's simple assault. And I've arrested plenty of men off of that. So we have to understand, you know, how these things work, the mechanics of law, and how our behaviors can put ourselves in situations that can get us in trouble. And as a man or a woman, you might not think that you're doing anything wrong, but you can make a person scared and fear for their safety because you do an action. And that action doesn't necessarily have to be directed towards them. And so this is why the insight, you know, behind something like this is so important, to talk to people who are in this space. And, you know, not to bring up TLA again, but I think on his stream, he is speaking from his experience dealing with these cases, and he was speaking towards specific issues. But let's read this petition. Let's see what this one.
And I think this is the one that you and Amawale.
I literally, I got like.
Oh, okay.
I'll let him read it because I want to hear it, but I got like
okay, understand.
Work to do. But I'll let him read it and then I'll just step up.
Well, I'll go. It said he proceeded to remove property that belonged to our children, which he has not returned. On Friday, September 7th, he took our children without communicating beforehand and did not return them to me when I asked. On Saturday, September 8th, he removed my cell phone from my jacket pocket. He has pushed, shoved, threatened, and bitten me in the past. I'm afraid of him and his anger and do not want him to know where I live. He has access to weapons, guns, and he has been known to abuse drugs and alcohol. He has also threatened to beat the kids or shake the baby. And he has been abusive to our small dog, sometimes have made suicidal threats that were very frightening.
That's deep. And there's a lot of, in my professional opinion, there's a lot of clues. There's a lot of information in here that says and speaks volumes. You know, the things that you guys might read, it might not translate the same way to you as it does to me. And again, this speaks to a bigger issue that this has been going on for a very long time. And she probably did, and I'm not trying to paint a narrative, but a lot of times in similar situations like this, I will say this, you have people who have not made reports or may not have made, I would say, taken all the steps that were afforded them in that moment. to kind of alleviate a lot of the issues. And I mean, something is she talks about he had the children. The question is, did they have were there a custody issue? Did they get any were the custody paperwork done through the courts? Do we know that? You know what I mean? Like this, because he's the father, he has rights to the same children that they have together. You know, so say for example, she calls and I show up. The first thing I'm gonna ask is for the court paperwork when she's talking about I want my kids back. And so in situations like this, an officer can't do anything because that's not a crime. You know, so if you have a child with someone and there's no court paperwork saying what the stipulations are, I can't tell him to come and bring the child back. You know, so these are the things too that brings up a bigger question, that we need to understand these laws as well. We need to understand family law when we are in these situations. A lot of people don't, and until they get into a situation, and then they're finding out at the last minute.
Yeah, I want to pull up a message here because there's one more that I want to show, and then
I want to tap out court. Can I just say one thing?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just on what's on the screen right here. I just want to reiterate why it's irresponsible to paint the pregnant woman who was murdered, his girlfriend, as someone who instigated this situation and someone who was taking a playbook from his previous wife to cause harm to this man. Because as we see from the previous wife, right, like her concerns were not invalid. He acted out on what she felt he would act out on. And unfortunately, the system didn't protect her. The system failed her. But the narrative that's being painted based upon his unwritten manifesto, his spoken manifesto via Facebook Live, is that he was a supreme victim. And when you read the comments, I took so many screenshots today of men, but I have one comment that was written by a Black woman. I'm not going to say whose chat it was under because that's not even important, but what she wrote was eye-opening. She wrote, as a woman, I'm saying it on record that those women got what they deserve. I wouldn't do that to my husband, and hopefully wouldn't do it to he wouldn't do it to me if we went our separate ways. Do what? I asked. Do whatever the narrative was that the content creator was painting, saying that, you know, the second wife, you know, got game from the first wife and she did this, and it's like, yo, we gotta chill. We gotta pull back. Let's deal with the facts. And at the end of the day, the most supreme fact that we all should be dealing with is that this was a tragic event and we have children left behind that are broken. We shouldn't be using this incident to score points in a gender war or to push forward, you know, red pill ideology to say, I told you so. This is how these women behave. And eventually this is what's going to happen when you push a man to his wit's end, because in this situation, none of us knows. And that's the point. But Court, I appreciate you allowing me to come up.
I appreciate you
brother,
as well.
The officer from Atlanta. Pardon the exchange. I know men don't engage at that frequency because it's not healthy to do so. So I do want to say pardon and respect to you and respect to our differences of opinion. It's all love. I ain't got no beef with nobody up here.
No, same.
Have a good night.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, peace.
Thanks. Caddick Truth, I see you and thank you for your patience, and we're gonna get what you have to say as well too. But I want to talk about this comment here.
Okay.
Precision 2.0. I want to hear the man's side of the story. She's not all so innocent. Why does that matter? And she's dead, and she was murdered.
It doesn't.
Why does it matter? There's a baby that's dead.
Yep.
That's what you see in these comment sections. It's literally.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. And this is why I'm doing this, because I don't, for the life of me, why does it matter? I want to hear the man's side. It's the wars. Why does it matter? They're gone.
But that's the issue we're talking about, the maturity. You know, we can't control the maturity of people that come into these comments. As we know, social media, right? And this is one of the biggest problems. And so I try not to. I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
You know, you can't feed into that. This is the one that I was speaking in reference to.
Okay. So on July 13th, Rajee threatened to kill me with a gun if I did not give him money from a house we sold on August the 24th. He came to my home and harassed me while looking for his belongings. He did not leave when I asked him to, so I called the police.
Yeah, I think one of the things that what's important, and I think it's so important for people who have experience, just in different professions who deal with, whether it's counseling, whether it's attorneys, officers, whatever it might be, who have experience in these areas, to really be able to shed light. Because I think what we see often is two people are having different conversations, right? People are making a moral argument, and then on the other side, people are making a legal argument and saying, hey, here's what the law is saying. And because people don't like that aspect or that direction of pointing out those facts, people just want to have an emotional argument. They want to just really focus on the moral issue. We all are in agreement that this is unacceptable. We're all in agreement that this should not have happened. But then once we come to that understanding, we have to start breaking down the facts. And this is what Nelson was talking about, that we have to at some point get out of our emotion and start looking at what are the real issues, what took place. The only thing I can say is that I've seen both sides. I've seen where men and women have made legitimate complaints to the courts, to law enforcement. And I've also seen where men and women have lied. And so all I'm bringing is the truth from both perspectives, that we have to be careful that because this man did what he did, we then dismiss the argument that or the things that he claimed happened. And I feel like that's not the correct way to go about it. We can still say that, listen, whether it was true or not, it's unacceptable. But if it was true, we need to look at why this is a problem and why the courts failed him on the complaints he was making. And if he's lying, we need to find out why the courts failed the woman and these women who are making these complaints. And I feel like it's okay to have both conversations. And the problem, what I'm seeing in this space, is that women don't want to have that conversation where the man could have been right. And I feel like because of that, that's a big, big problem, because a lot of men are going and experiencing that same thing that he claimed he's going through. And these are all allegations, because we only know the little bits and pieces of evidence that we do have.
But even looking at that,
we call this a dying declaration, what he just delivered.
But even looking at that, like if I just received that information on my desk without meeting him or anything like that was my referral to see him for the first time, my mind is already not on depression. My mind is on bipolar disorder. My mind is on, these sound like manic episodes,
right?
That potentially follows with depression afterward. But like, it makes me think: was he really in counseling, or did he self-diagnose as being depressed? And like, or if he did go to counseling, was he misdiagnosed? Like, there's so much, there's so much
we don't know, and obviously won't know.
Right.
What's going on, Caddick Truth? Thank you for your patience.
Oh, I always listen. I don't interject with anything. Salute to you guys. I am Courtney Michelle. I think I may have subbed to you months ago, but this is my first time actually coming on the panel.
I appreciate it.
I do have a question before I get into the topic. Nelson, counseling. What kind of camera are you using? It's like you're in a movie. It's like I'm watching. Yeah. What kind of camera is that?
It's a Canon C70.
A C70. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, before I get into what I was going to say, I've only came in within the last 10 minutes, and I've heard everything that Nathan Daly has said. And salute to you, sir. For are you currently still a police officer?
No, retired, medically retired.
Oh, I was about to say retired. Okay, well, you said retired first. Huh? Were you 27?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know it's not law enforcement; it's technically courts. I was a probation officer.
Okay.
Right out of college years ago, and I just went into teaching afterwards. And so, before I get into it, I am Courtney Michelle. I don't know the rules over here, so no cussing, no.
I have been cussing today.
Okay. How open can I be? How open can I be? Because I normally get kicked off of panels.
Well, I'll tell you to chill out if it gets too much. But
Okay.
I mean, what you mean how open? I mean, keep your clothes
Because
on.
I tend to go into left field a lot, and I actually made a video about Rajee Black the other day. I got over 1,000 views, so I just started my channel, whatever. But anyway, I could easily give an opinion and say he should have properly vetted. I could easily give an opinion and say that she should have properly vetted. I could easily say that maybe he should have just ignored her. I could have easily said that, hey, if they didn't see the red flags at first. But I'm gonna offer an alternative perspective on all of this. Besides this little blazer and me talking, you guys don't know me, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm a bit of a nerd. I like geeky science fiction stuff. That's how I've always been. And what science fiction has showed us is that there's a possibility of humanity. And in particularly, now I know I'm gonna lose you guys, but just try to follow me. In Star Trek, I've been watching Star Trek since I was a little kid. Now, Star Trek isn't real, but a lot of the technological stuff that you see now came from Star Trek, the iPad, and now we have the metaverse. The holodeck was that in Star Trek. Now, you guys probably, if you don't watch Star Trek, don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But there's a race on Star Trek called the Vulcans. The Vulcans, and this goes along with somebody in the chat who said the same thing that I was thinking of. There's a race called the Vulcans, like Spock. I don't know if you guys ever seen Spock before, right?
Mm-hmm.
His race embraces intellectualism. His race embraces logic. Now, with that being said, I am a strong proponent that particularly the African of the diaspora, whether you are in Brazil, whether you are an American, whether you are an island black, whether you're in Africa, I tend to believe that our people, we may, and I'm going to be careful here because I don't want you to hit the get them out of here thing. I think that we are a people that may be stuck in a particular age, not all of us, but I think that, now hear me out before you get offended. I think that large portions of African people of African descent may be stuck probably in the agricultural age, probably, I hate to say this. Can I say this? I am Courtney Michelle, please.
Yeah, we waiting for you to
If you don't go ahead and get it out.
There's a strong possibility. I'm going to be careful. I don't believe this. I'm not trying to say that this is fact.
Reaction to the
There's a possibility that our people may be stuck in the Stone Age. I know I've gotten chased out of barbershops for saying this. I've gotten chased out of lectures for saying this. I am a Pan-Africanist, but I believe that there is something that hasn't been bred out of us. And I think it goes back tens of thousands, if not 100,000 years. And I think that this dude, Rajee, it was in him. And I think that we should look at ourselves as the animals that we, like, I'm being careful here. Look at ourselves as the animals that we are and understand our animal nature. Understand why people do the things that they do, and I really believe if we embraced logic and stoicism, I think that it would drastically change us. Now, will we ever evolve past our animal state? I don't know, but I know that barriers are set up, artificial barriers, like marriage, for example. Marriage keeps people like me, Nelson, Nathan, respectfully. I don't know if you guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. Before I was married, I used to sleep around. But I think marriage, just hear me out. There are artificial barriers that keep us in check. It separates us from the animal kingdom. And what I'm saying is maybe Rajee, when he said that I did something I didn't think I would do, maybe his snapping was him going back into an animal-like state. Now, Nathan, with you being a cop, I'm pretty sure that me going left field, you understand what I'm talking about to a degree because of the things that you've seen. Hopefully. If I haven't lost
So
you.
are you trying to say that because you were saying that we're black people have not evolved
I'm not. No.
to what we are supposed to be right now? That's in essence what you're saying. And
No,
he's
not
still in a
no.
state
No. That's not what I'm
of
saying.
being a barbaric.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm going to be careful here. What I am saying.
Well, we are talking about mental health, and you really supporting the claim right now.
What I am talking about is that not every black is like.
Is this a long story?
But no, hear me out for a minute. Now I said it. Now wait a minute. Respectfully, I listen to everybody. I'm not saying what I'm saying is true, but what I am saying is it is a possibility that maybe we need to actually cover the reality of the situation and understand that maybe we have it's something that is genetically in us that brings out this behavior. You talking to me?
There you
go. Oh, all I'm saying is that I'm trying to be careful here.
Yeah.
There's something that is in us.
And you're being too careful because I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you need to just you got to just say it.
Say it.
Yeah,
okay. Because I'm trying to be careful because I normally get kicked off the panel.
Be careful because
okay. I'll just come out and say it. Ray J was a fucking animal. And what I'm saying is that there may exist, and I'm gonna use this term. It's probably a Tyrone gene in most people of African descent. I'm just gonna flat out say it. And I think that it hasn't been destroyed. I think that it hasn't been killed out of us. You know, that's all I'm saying. I know this sounds crazy, but
are you coming up here to be seen?
No, I'm TJ Randall.
Okay, let me.
I literally sat there and listened to everybody, and I gave a disclaimer. All I said was, I go into another field of thinking, and I'm saying that maybe what I'm saying is that if you look at the European. If you look at the bubonic plague that happened in Europe, it killed off so many of them that maybe a certain type of genetic predisposition was wiped out. That's probably why they were able to conquer the planet. I think something has not happened to us. A new way of thinking, some sort of something that is in us. And I think that rage came from that.
Bro, if he was in the middle of a manic episode,
but that's not a black thing.
Yeah, if he was in the middle of a episode,
that's not a black thing.
Okay.
White, Asian, like if it's mental illness, it's mental illness. That
correct.
But you're trying. You can't say that all black people are in our nation.
I didn't say all black people. I didn't say all black people. I was trying to be careful to not say all black people. I'm saying,
hold on. You didn't say all black people, but what's not making sense is that this is.
I'm gonna go on mute, by the way, because I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Okay, this isn't. We can't. This isn't a race thing,
right?
Where many of white men off their exes because of custodial issues, marriage issues. Actually, the highest rate of men killing themselves are white men of wealth.
Correct.
So it's not a race thing. It's mental illness. It's men that don't know how to, control themselves. It's women that don't know how to control themselves. It's not a race. It's a human thing.
Right.
We as human beings have mental problems that we need to fix and understand that. So I don't understand the Tyrone gene.
Okay, so hear me out. Can I answer your question, Courtney? Respond to you real quick.
Yeah, and then we got some newcomers on this.
If we look at the Asian race, right? If we just look at the Asians, if anybody has a traveling man, what is the difference between a Japanese and a Cambodian? Why is Japan so peaceful and so evolved and Cambodia is not? Two of the same people. They're the same. They're both Asians. But why are the Japanese superior in intellect, peace in their country? Why is it peaceful there? Could it be that certain types of them were bred out of the gene pool? That's all I'm saying.
I mean, how is Japan peaceful when they killed like thousands of people, like in World War II? I don't understand how they're peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, that was 80 years ago. We're talking about war.
I hear what you're saying, but the direction you're going in is taking us off topic.
Yes, well, it's actually on topic.
So I get what you're saying, but that definitely got to be a conversation for a different time. You talking biology, you're talking. That's the
Who is he
reality is
talking like Darwinism?
yeah.
That just sounds like white
no one is
pseudoscience, honestly.
Yeah, and nobody is taking away from your argument, but the reality is, we don't even have Black scientists who can speak on that right now for us. So the reality is, we need to just focus on what we have right now, what the facts are, what we got. This gentleman he lost his mind. He had a mental break. He's claiming that there were some factors responsible for that break that he had. None of those things that he talked about were justified in doing what he did. Not one thing, and nothing justifies killing another person, right? Outside of self-defense, right? But we're talking in his case that none of that was justified. Whatever reasoning he thought was legit was not legit. We all know that. We're talking about the mental break that he had, and why he felt he was justified, and not just taking his ex-girlfriend's life that had that was pregnant, but also his ex-wife. All in the name of him not being able to have his children the way he wanted to have them. He eliminated the parents of all his kids. This is a person who did not love his children. This is a person who didn't think about his children. And when you hear men in this space, they're commenting about these similar things that they go through. They'll tell you, men who have come close to committing suicide will say, I didn't do it because I want to be here for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when we say we want to analyze the facts, we're talking about what happened. The court systems ignored this woman's cry, her outcry. Police could not do anything. This happens, you guys. I go to scenes all the time, and I have to look women in their face, look men in their face, and tell them I can't do anything for you. This is when we're talking about the system. What can we do differently to help people who are going through this? What can we do better in our community to help our people, help men get the counseling, have men talk to people? How do we encourage men to be more vocal about their feelings? We need to talk about in this space where women are pushing back on that, right? If a man is too sensitive, that man is made fun of in our community, right? So we have to talk about, these are real problems. Men don't feel comfortable expressing their issues to our women. And so these are the conversations we need to have. I get the biological side, man. We got to do that on another time, though. All due respect, I hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying. He's talking about Darwinism.
That's a whole. Okay. Now, brother, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I do see you in the chat. You're gonna have to. Is it Chimbo? Yes.
Chimoge.
Chimoge.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. I see you in the chats, and I just be like, "Oh, that's him," but I don't.
Yeah.
No, that's him. Okay.
Yeah, I am him. Yeah.
I'm gonna step off, y'all. It's great talking with y'all.
Okay, thank you, Nelson.
Right. Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on. Respect to everyone else on the panel, but I just want to say a couple things related to this, and they all kind of dovetail together. But I think the first thing is that the conversation around this incident, and it's funny because like my family's from Nigeria, but I grew up in Maryland, and I've actually been to Columbia, Maryland, countless times, right? So it's kind of crazy. I've been to Baltimore several times as well, like many times, So it's crazy that this incident happened like so close to where I grew up. But just thinking about this incident and listening to the rhetoric and the manosphere around it, with all due respect to everyone, I think what it has shown me is that I think most of the men in this space, unfortunately, are not well, right? Because I'll just say I agree 100% with what Omawale Africa was saying earlier, what he said in his live stream on it. And I say that because if you've gotten to the point where you think that a triple murder is justified, because I know everyone's talking about the suicide, and obviously that's terrible, but he killed 3 people, right? He killed his ex-wife, he killed his girlfriend, and he killed his child who was in the belly of his girlfriend. So he went and he killed 3 people. And before he completed the act, he very casually talked about it on the internet, right? So these are very extreme behaviors. These people talk about mental illness. Perhaps he had some mental illness, but most people who are mentally ill don't do that, right? So we can't blame that all on mental illness. So then I think the question becomes, what has to go wrong with somebody if they end up doing that? What I would say is that if somebody's gone to the point where they've offed 3 people, like none of whom we have proof did anything wrong to him, one of whom, the unborn child, we know couldn't have done anything to him. He killed him too, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've gotten to that point, something has gone wrong with you morally, right? And something's gone wrong with you ethically, right? To the point where you essentially when you have that kind of lapse, you believe that you stop caring about other people, but then also you start to believe that you can achieve happiness in a way that you can't possibly achieve happiness. There's no way you can go about being happy, right? Offing 3 people. It is just not possible, right? So then when I hear a lot of the men in this space acting as if this is just a normal thing, oh, you never know who it is, I was there too, it makes me very afraid for these men and for the people around them, that they are on edge like that and that they've let themselves go to that point.
Mm-hmm.
So what I have to say to the other Black men in this space is that, yeah, there are things going on environmentally that make it hard for us, and I'm going to talk about that more in a second. But then let's be clear, if you're feeling like this, where you thought you're on the verge of killing people, you're in the minority. If you feel that bad, right, you have to take some accountability for your own internal moral failings, right? Because something has gone wrong within you that is not the fault of anyone else if you've gotten to that point, right? And one thing this space has to do a lot better is getting men to take accountability for themselves. Because at the end of the day, if you don't take some accountability for your own failings and you blame it all on women, you're never going to be happy. And the people around you are never going to be happy. So if we want to progress as a collective, right, as a people, we have to get beyond that, right?
Yeah.
So then oh, sorry.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because you said, he's in the minority as far as, thinking about it or the act of.
To be clear, I'm not talking about suicide. I'm talking about the murder aspect.
Right. Is he actually in the minority of someone thinking about murder?
Yeah, I would say so. Because when I say that, I'm not just talking about someone who gets mad in the heat of the moment and feels like they want to hit someone else. I'm talking about if you've gone out, because clearly this was premeditated, right? If he's gotten to the point where he's thinking, oh, if I drive here at this time, I shoot her like this, blah, 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 then this will happen. That's very extreme. And then, of course, to actually go and carry that out is a whole nother level.
Yeah, I think the carrying out part is the minority. The thought of it, and I am talking about legitimately murdering someone. That's not the minority. When you go through custody and divorce, I would probably assume 75% of those people, man or woman, are thinking about offing them.
Yep.
And these are stuff that we don't talk about, but it's true.
Yep.
Did you hear me say that my ex-husband said he wanted to cut my heart out?
Yes, I heard that.
Did you hear me say?
I heard that, and I'm sorry that he said that he was thinking like that, and I'm glad. I know from what you said, you all are in a better place, but I'm of the opinion that to get to that point, especially when you're seriously thinking about it, I would think that's a minority. I mean, it would be interesting if we could look at data in regards to people who've confessed having thoughts like this. I haven't seen anything like that, but I would just say, based upon my knowledge of human beings, right? Because most of us are not murderers. Most of us don't come close to being murderers. And
I have to push back on that.
and especially when it comes to murdering someone that is very close to you, even if you've had problems with them, this is
sorry,
the
honey.
these are
I
the
must, I
these are
must
the
interject. I must interject.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And the reason
Well,
why
let
I
me
did
ask:
it because
do you have children?
No, I do not.
Have you
But
ever been married?
no, I have not.
It's a different ball game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, most people who have children who've been married are not murderers. So
okay, we're not talking about murder. We're talking about the thoughts because again, I will say that I never thought that I would be as angry at certain aspects of the after the divorce, and part of it is fear of and part of it is enraged. I mean, my daughter has even talked about times that she remembers seeing me so angry I never even knew I could be that angry.
Correct.
So it's something that I never would have envisioned for myself, and so definitely wouldn't envision for my ex-husband. But these emotions can run so high, and then we're just talking about emotions.
Yep.
And if you add the fact that someone may have an undiagnosed mental illness too, I'm telling you I'm not telling you what I heard. I'm telling you what I know,
I'm
because
telling you
I
what I
wasn't
know.
diagnosed with my mental illness until I was 40. I got divorced at 32.
Yeah. Let me chime in with that too. What you said, you're Miss Randolph, you're 100% correct. And we're not getting on you, but what they're saying is correct. And this is the problem. The problem is you could be an amazing person your whole life, and you can get in a situation or a relationship with a person, and they will take you out of your character. They will take you completely out of your character. And one of the things, and again, you guys, we're not defending him. Okay. He was a wicked, what he did was completely evil. But what we have to understand too is, remember, these women engaged in a relationship with him, right? When they met him, he probably was nothing like the person he became. Okay. So we have to look at that. People do change in relationships. You have people who are married
but do
10,
we know
15.
that for sure? He could have been like
Yes,
that
I'm
from the
telling.
beginning.
Yeah.
No, but were you
What I'm
there when they
so
first
you
met?
no. What I'm saying is this: do you think they would have engaged with him intimately, had children with him, if they thought he was a
I
psychopath?
mean, perhaps I've
No,
seen
no,
some
no.
people
But
get in some
women, but
very ill-advised relationships. But
no. Listen, what I'm trying to
I'll,
tell you, what I'm trying to explain to you is, it's not so black and white, right? What you're painting is a very black and white picture, and it's not like that. When people are blaming the woman for choosing him, people are blaming him for choosing the women, and that's the wrong idea. That's the wrong mindset to have. The reality is, we meet people every day, and they come off as being a very amazing people. You start a life with these people, you get married, you have children, and then one day you start seeing a shift in their mindset. You see a shift. I've dealt with people who are married, happily married, and then you have the woman or the man that started to act different, right? Their mind started to slip during their relationship. They start thinking things, hearing voices. This is real problems. People have mental breaks in the middle of their relationships. And if it goes undiagnosed and you don't treat it properly, it leads to violence. It leads to violence, and people, and you don't know how to address it. And this is this is what I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I've seen, and you have people on this panel who are giving you their experience, their true experience of what they see. So what I'm saying here is, emotions are extremely dangerous. Crimes of passion are extremely dangerous, because what ends up happening is someone pushes you to the edge. You have people who will take another person's life, and it has nothing to do with how they felt, but it's how a person pushed them in that moment. They were
but
unable to process that emotion, and it led to a physical action that they end up regretting.
But then the question, look, and to be clear, I understand what everyone's saying, and I don't want anyone on this panel to feel like I'm personally attacking them. I'm
No, not at all.
right?
No one's thinking
But
that.
what I'm saying though is we have to ask the question: how come the majority of people in all the demographics that this man was a part of, black man going through custody, perhaps mental illness, we don't know, right? How come the majority of the people, the vast majority of the people in all of those categories, do not take the step he took, right? The fact that he took the step he took, right, means that there was something else going on with him. And if you guys believe that the majority of people feel that way. We can agree to disagree, but I would just say the majority of people do not get to the point where they're that serious about it. But anyway, I want to finish the big point I was trying to make, right? Which is that essentially in these spaces, right, we have to move to a point where we're trying to get people to be better, right? So even if you think these kind of feelings are very common, we all have to agree that you're never going to get to a better place if you don't take accountability for some of the things that have gone wrong in yourself, such that you are thinking of doing something that wrong, right? So then when we constantly are getting on here and are spouting conjecture and blaming his victims and blaming everyone but him for what he did, that's not doing that, right? So the men in these spaces need to hear, hey, what this guy did was wrong. And even if there were some other pressures on him, the fact that he went this far with it means that there was something that went wrong internally with him that wasn't anyone else's fault, and he needed to deal with it, and he didn't do that. So if you find yourself in that same situation, you have to make sure you deal with that, right? And then getting on to how we deal with it, this is what I'll call point 2, is that I know this hasn't been mentioned, and forgive me if this feels out of left field for anyone on this panel, but please hear me out. In order to deal with issues like this in the most proper way, and when I say we, I'm saying we as Black men and as Black people in general have to re-embrace our African spirituality, right? And when I'm saying that, that's not a religious thing. African spirituality is really more in the space of science, and therefore it will encompass what is our healthcare system, right? And I'm saying this because the topic of therapy has come up a lot. And while I think that therapy, the type of therapy people are talking about, where you go and talk to someone who's been trained in a Western institution, maybe through your insurance company or whatever that's owned by white people, while that might be better than nothing, it's certainly better than what this man did. For Black men, that is not really the full answer for a couple of reasons. One, because people don't know this, but therapists can actually report you to the police. They're actually obligated to, if you say anything that makes them think you could be a danger to yourself or others. So if you have a man like this Jay Black who comes in there and says, hey, I'm thinking of offing my wife and my girlfriend, at that point, he'll stop receiving help. He's going to jail, right? Unless the therapist decides to just.
Oh yeah, well, they're mandate reporters. So,
yeah, but what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that because of that, right? There's a good chance you go to therapy for help as a Black man, and they throw you into the criminal system that is not going to help you at all, right? So that's one reason it's a problem. The second reason it's a problem is that most therapists are not trained and do not have the heart to empathize with Black men and help us the way we need, right? Because most therapists aren't even Black, period, right? And then, like, of the ones that are Black, I believe a minority or even men, and well, the gender thing could go either way, but the point is that as a Black man, if you're trying to find a therapist that you feel is going to meet your needs, your options are very limited. That's just the reality, right? And then on top of that, the therapist is just gonna sit there
all right,
and talk to you about. Well, can I possibly finish? Can I possibly finish?
Yeah, but you're losing. You're missing the point.
No. I promise I'm gonna land this plane.
I land it.
Yeah, but anyway, what I'm saying is that the therapist is only gonna really kind of deal with one aspect of your life, which is kind of like the emotional aspect, right? And they won't necessarily give.
So what are you recommending?
I'm just saying if you look at African.
Listen. If you make a counter argument, what's the other alternative?
Let me finish.
Talk about the alternative. You're saying
I'm literally just about to talk about the alternative. Okay. Yeah. But if you go to healers who are working in the African spiritual tradition, right? One, there's none of this mandatory reporting stuff, right? They're not the feds. But then on top of that, right, they have a much more holistic approach to your overall mental health, because they'll incorporate the importance of spirits, right? because of the way we're taught to think, we either think that spirits aren't a real thing, or they're just, you know, something you deal with in church, and other than that, they don't affect you. But there's actually a spiritual side to us as beings that has a tangible effect on our health, and these people are well equipped to deal with that. So you'll get the most holistic help from a person trained in that position, or in that tradition rather. So we really need to take off our mental shackles that have told us that, you know, these people aren't effective, these people are demonic, this, that, and the third, and actually go to them for help, because then that'll give people a much more holistic perspective on their problems and actual better solutions.
Okay.
Sounds
Well,
good.
hold on. Let me. Chaotic Truth had a question for him, and then we'll get you Nathan and TJ as well. But go ahead, Chaotic. You had a question
Just
for him.
one simple question and one statement first. Shima, my parents are from Lagos.
Okay, I'm Igbo.
Okay, I'm Yoruba.
Okay.
I do have a question for you though, and I'm open minded to you, and I understand everything that you're asking. No offense. What did the Orisha or any other African spiritual understanding do for the continent itself?
It did a lot for the continent, because before we got invaded, first it was a bit like the Greeks really a bit, then Romans, right? Then the Arabs started what we call the slave trade.
Yeah.
Then Western Europeans came and took that over again and put us in the situation we're in, colonized the whole continent, stole our people, spread them all over the world, right?
Okay.
We were in a very healthy state, and we were actually in a healthier state than most of the rest of the world, right? So we were in a very good place. The problem is, when these people came and violently attacked our culture, they violently attacked our scientists, right? Which is what these people are, right? The people we might call like spiritualists or whatever. But then they also hypnotized us to think that these people weren't effective, right? And to think that they were evil, and then to think that their science of Western science is actually effective, whereas if you compare it to the sciences of people before the age of white supremacy, it's actually very weak. There's some very basic things that Western sciences can't tell us that other people already knew. So I'm just saying it actually did a lot, and it can still do a lot, because, right, the fundamental forces of nature are still the same as they were 3,000 years ago. We just have to actually tap into it and pay attention to it.
Okay, TJ.
Yes. First of all, I want to apologize for interrupting Chimoje. If I pronounced it wrong, I apologize. For those of you, those like yourself and this young lady in the chat who have complete control over themselves, congratulations to you. And I hope that you never in your life experience the emotion and the rage that one can experience when finding themselves in situations such as emotionally charged as fighting for a marriage that is no longer there, or fighting for your children. So I hope that you never experience it. And the control, the steely control that you have over your lives and yourself, I hope that you maintain it.
Yep.
But let's take it off of relationships, shall we? I worked in human resources, and there was a gentleman who had been diagnosed, but because of what he was dealing with in the workplace with his boss, he had gone to counseling, and they asked the question. This mild-mannered guy, I call him a friend, he had thoughts of hurting himself and the supervisor. Didn't play it out, but had thoughts. So I submit to you, not just in man-woman relationships, not what am I trying to say? Romantic relationships, but sometimes even in workplace situations, it happens all the time. People who wouldn't normally do things, anything can tip you off.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm glad that you have such steely control of your emotions, and whoever the young lady in chat, I'm glad she has too. And I hope that you never find yourself in that position. But For those of us who have lived a little bit longer and seen a little bit more, who never thought that that would happen either, keep living. That's all I got for you on that.
Can I?
Go ahead, Nathan.
Ms. Randolph, again, I appreciate you bringing that wisdom and allow me to add a little more insight as well, because I did see a comment that a lady did post that, you know, when we talk about saying things that are a little bit irresponsible, this conversation is bigger than accountability. It's not so easy to just go and get counseling, or even if you did get counseling, assuming that that's going to be enough to dig you out of that hole. You know, I consider myself to be a very mentally strong individual. My faith as a Christian, my family, friends, support. I felt like I had the perfect balance. You guys, I do a very crazy job. I've seen a lot of death. I see a lot of suffering. And my accident, I almost died 2 years ago. I was drugged down the interstate, hanging outside the window of a vehicle. And I was unconscious. I woke up. There was no bright lights or none of that. It was just, I woke up moments later not knowing what happened. And it forced me to have to retire, undergoing several surgeries. And I was depressed, not being able to have the purpose that I originally thought I had in life completely taken from me. And so when we talk about people who your life is going really amazing, and then one thing sets you off and you're in this dark space. And so we have to be careful when we blame people for having a bad experience in life that breaks them, you know, and sends you through a place of depression, because we don't like the actions that a person did. Doesn't discredit, you know, the sadness or the depression that they were in, the mental health that they were dealing with. And that's why this is such a sensitive subject, because people are mad because, okay, it's a man, he did this to a woman. We're in agreement again that this is not okay, you know, but we do have to analyze what caused this, what triggered this, right? And because we're talking about it doesn't mean we're justifying it. And I think this is where we have to have a mature conversation. We are all adults here, and we should be able to actually have this conversation respectfully and be able to point out these things that are occurring that we all experience. And like Ms. Randolph said, if your life is perfect and you manage to handle your stuff and you haven't had anything, or you don't have family members who've been through things like that, you know, I know people who are wealthy, whose kids have taken their lives because they struggled in school. We're talking college. And I've heard people make insensitive comments like, hey, you know, it's just school. How'd you take your life over a failed exam? You know, we can't talk like that. You know, we have to understand that everybody's struggles are different. Your strengths are my weaknesses. My weaknesses could be your strengths. And again, I'm someone who never had any mental issues, but my purpose was robbed of me in that moment, is how I felt. And it sent me through depression. And it took a while to get out of that until I found this new purpose here, you know, helping other police officers deal with that. And then also lending my expertise to YouTube, talking about topics for us, for our community, to have better outcomes with police officers. So we have to be a little bit more understanding. You know, what that man did is it was wicked, it was unacceptable. But trying to dismiss and discredit the things that he felt were enough to break him. A lot of people go through this, you guys. A lot of people battle through this, from the court system, through divorces, men and women who feel like they've lost everything and take their life because of a divorce. And because you may have been strong enough to make it out of it, there's some people who are not. And we can even talk about postpartum depression with women. See, and we are very supportive when women will take their entire family and kill them. We're very supportive in trying to understand why that woman was in that position in the first place. And we want to empathize and sympathize with her. But when a man is telling you that he's broken, he's damaged, and he felt he did all he could, and he resorted in a very, very negative way, he resorted in the wrong way, you know, we're not trying to analyze that. We're not trying to look at that as any different than a postpartum situation. Regardless, he was wrong. but we have to look at both sides, and just so we can understand, to learn, so that we can, one, catch this, so that no other woman goes to this, no other man goes to this. The same way we look at postpartum depression and other suicide or killings like that, that people are leaning on depression and mental health. I feel like this is no different. And we have to be able to have that mature conversation without people getting triggered and offended.
Yeah, could I possibly add something?
Sure. And then Ola, we'll get what you have to
Yeah,
say.
look, just to be clear, I'm not here to talk down to anyone. All right, that's not my goal.
No, that
I'm
wasn't
not,
directed to
right.
you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
in general to reiterate, right?
Mhm.
And I'm not saying that, I don't value like the people in this space, the people who, come to the manosphere and other adjacent platforms to consume content, right? But what I'm saying is that um, we have to think about why some of the rhetoric in this space can be much more extreme than what we see online offline, right? And I think part of that reason is because the people who flock to this space, and again, this is just not, my goal here is not to attack people, but people who flock to this space tend to be dealing with much more extreme problems than the average person, which is why there is so much identifying with someone who did a very extreme act, right? But then what we also have to think about is that people here are coming here looking for a solution, right? There's not a person in the world who just goes about not looking for a solution. Even if you don't think you want a solution, you do want a solution. That's just the nature of existence. So what I'm saying is that we collectively need to come together and point people towards that solution. And accountability is an integral part of that solution. So because of that, if we are preaching a message around this case that is devoid of accountability, which allows people to just say, because this woman I was dealing with did something wrong to me, it's okay to hurt her, because society is against me, it is okay for me to go out and murder people, right? If people are hearing that message at all, that's unhealthy. We have to instead be preaching to people, hey, we know that the system is against you, it absolutely is. We know that other people in your life perhaps can be against you, but again, to be clear, with this individual case, we don't know if those women did anything to him, so we have to be careful with projecting onto that case, because I know a lot of times
But that
people
goes
want
both
something.
ways, though.
Well,
And that's the
can I
problem.
possibly finish? Can I possibly finish?
But clarify, that goes both ways. Is that
Well,
correct?
I'm not saying for sure that they didn't do anything for him, right? I'm just anything to him. I'm just saying I don't know. All I know is that he killed them, and that they both ways made claims about things done wrong to each other, right? He, I believe, made some domestic violence claims, but his ex-wife made domestic violence claims against him, claims of molestation. In the end, he killed them. That's all I know, because that's all the information that's been revealed publicly. I don't think we should speculate about facts beyond that. We certainly shouldn't say certain things definitely happened beyond that, because we just don't know. And I think people have been doing that because they want to use this case to prove a point. And going back to solutions, people think that, if we can successfully defend Jay Black, then that'll be the solution to our plight. But what I'm saying is that's not true at all. And in fact, that'll be creating the opposite problem, because people will be sinking deeper and deeper into their issues instead of both getting help but also looking within and taking accountability for their own flaws so that they can help themselves, right? So we need to tell people, hey, if you're feeling like this, even though, yes, the system's against you, even if you feel that other people have wronged you, don't take it there. Killing people like this is not going to solve anything, right? And if you're thinking of killing someone, you have to really take a step back, reevaluate, and look within yourself, right? So that you can get to a better place, right? So part of that is accountability, and then part of that is also seeking the proper outside help to get the type of care you need. And that's why I brought up the African spirituality and healers in the African tradition earlier. So
Well, yeah. Well, let me say this, and then I'm going to get Canadian Black David and
All right,
Ola,
sure.
because I understand what you're trying to say, but living this life, going through things, breakups where you lose everything, where you could lose your children, your house, your job, where you have nothing. Your head, your mind plays a whole nother game that you would never think of.
Yo.
Look, I under. Oh, has she froze?
Yeah, I think she froze. Can you guys hear me?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, she'll be right back. She'll be
but
right back.
all I wanted to add though is that some of the problems that other people in this space I've had in terms of like the depression. I've been depressed before in some form. In terms of having issues with women, I've had those issues before, right? So it's not totally foreign to me. I'm just saying we have to look at how we're responding to those issues. That's all.
And you're 100% correct. No one is going against that. I think there's a little bit of I think in theory what you were saying, it sounds really good.
Sounds great.
It sounds amazing.
You
I
on
love it.
point.
Michelle loves it. I mean, we all love it. Raise your hand if
Love
you
it.
love what he's saying. But in practice, my
But
brother, in practice, and I think
Reality is
what
different.
reality is different, and what you are good at and what you're capable of doing, again, your strength of someone else's weakness. That's why just telling somebody accountability, I hear it all the time. Mind you, what I do for a living, that is the issue. That's the crux of the problem. People are not taking accountability for their behaviors, right? So it's easy to say, hey, don't do this, don't commit this crime. Hey, stop when the police tell you to stop, right? Don't break this law. Don't
oh, we lost him too.
Uh,
We love
Let
you
me
back.
let me
Yeah.
just say this.
Go
Let me.
ahead. Hold up. Let me get
You wanna
Ola and
get
Black David.
you wanna get him first, Black David.
Okay, let me go in
First of
first.
all, just so you know, Courtney, the Nigerians have taken over your
Yeah,
panel.
I know. I'm
Just
just
so you
like,
know.
where's
All
all
right.
Nigerians?
We take over everything, just so you know. All right. You invite us in, we're taking over everything.
It's over. I'm just like, okay.
Oh my God, Allah, you're wrong.
Go ahead,
Ult-
Ola. I'm like, y'all
You see,
literally taking over.
no, you see him
ultimate
laughing now.
struggle stream. Hold on. Hey, we putting in for your we need to get that bandwidth up, Courtney.
David, you do too. You over there struggle streaming?
No, I'm streaming off of you.
Don't be streaming.
Let me tell you something. At first, when I came a little late to this conversation, I was listening to it. I know it's very sensitive. I did not want to jump in because I'm a child of who experienced that type of abuse, and thank God it didn't go down that path. I grew up watching my father abuse my mom physically. I grew up watching my mom abuse my father verbally. I grew up watching both my mother and my father not only got divorced, then remarried, divorced, remarried, divorced, remarried. I was also put in a situation whereby the grown up make me responsible as a little child trying to mend my father and my mother relationship. So being a person that the first child in my mom and dad marriage, and yeah, grown folk telling me it's my job to fix my mom and dad relationship issue when I'm just a little kid. You can imagine what I do to a little kid mindset. That's one of the reasons why I end up thinking beyond my age. I end up have to overanalyze and figure out how do I get myself out of this situation. There were times that we were arguing back and forth. I took myself out of the situation. I said, I had enough. Then guess what? They end up attacking me. I got blamed for the divorce when I had nothing to do with it. So I am grateful for Nathan.
That's your boy up there.
Timogi.
Hey, man.
Chineke, what did they do yourself? You did get with the
what?
sound effect. Okay, let me stop.
Oh, sorry. Did that? Wait, could you hear me pouring the water? Is that what happened?
Nah, that
Yeah,
Yes.
wasn't
it,
water you was
Oh,
pouring. We know what you was doing.
sorry.
You
I
doing
forgot to
something?
mute.
this
No,
Nigerian.
I wasn't. No, I was. Nah. Like, let
They
me
were
show you.
Nigerian though.
It's a. How do you
Now
flip
keep the
over
camera
your?
off, man, till you finish,
No,
bro.
it's. I swear, it's a water bottle I just filled up. I'm in my kitchen. Okay, this is not a bathroom. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. It's not. Yeah.
I
Go
love
ahead,
that
Blake
internet.
David. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's was
Whew.
rule number
I'm gonna go
one.
comic relief. After I'm saying, seeing that as a child, even though I got accused of them being divorced. I'm glad I had someone like Nathan to explain the legal aspect and the experience behind as a police officer because the first thing came to my mind, why would I not save from that situation? Why would I not pull it out from that household? Because this happened during the 80s. And I understand as time changed, the law changed as well. So whatever the law was in New York City back in the 80s may not be the same no more as it is now. But to look back as a young child, the first son, watching both mom and dad back and forth, I watched my dad drag my mom almost out of the apartment. I went to bed less than 4 or 5 hours. I wake up, my dad is not here, but my mom is here. This is what happened with the police have done X, Y, and Z. So you can imagine that type of trauma. And I'm not gonna lie, it took me years to process it because that type of abuse that happened before a child, it leave a serious mental scar on a child. It got to a point where I had to analyze what if my mom did this thing or what if my dad do this? What could have prevented this? What could have avoided the situation? The good thing, no one killed each other. They got divorced finally. My dad went his way. My other woman had other kids. My mom, she stayed by herself, single, couldn't marry nobody. I became what they call the son husband, which I refused to take that title. I fought against it for many years because, for one, that way my mom stopped pouring stuff that she would never share to me, she would share with my father, onto me. That got me thinking, like, if either one of them took therapy before this ever happened, or even after they happened, they took therapy. They didn't take therapy. They just continue on with their life. So imagine what children go through in that type of environment. So I feel for the two young kids who are left in the car because you can only imagine what their mind will be like going forward. Since I'm a byproduct of that, so I can tell you it's not that easy. Yes, I got depressed as I got older in my 20s. I became suicidal because guess what? One time to live my life, one parent trying to pull me back and make me continue to live the title which I refused to have. And because I didn't take the title, trying to sabotage my own life. So I'm talking from a child point of view who went through that and never got therapy, but took therapy for anger issue. Never took therapy for the main source of the problem. I'm mentally stable. It's just that I always analyze the issue over and over. What could have been prevented? What could have been done? Why do children have to be the byproduct of the type of environment? What could have been avoided? Why do parents put children in that type of situation whereby growing up now they got to I'm looking for the right words, constantly overwatch themselves, hoping that it doesn't happen again with themselves as well.
Right.
I took some of my anger management class I took back in my younger day whereby if I get mad, I go for a long walk. Now, for someone who know New York City, imagine someone working from Fahrenheit, Brooklyn, all the way to Manhattan on foot. That take about maybe 2 to 3 hour walk. I used to have long walks just in case to reduce or subdue my rage. I used to spend long time in the gym to take out whatever frustration that may be better for my parent nagging or just trying to put me in a place where I'm not supposed to be. Not many people able to get themselves help in a way or find an outlet to get rid of it because I'm thinking for so forgive me, I'm thinking from a child point of view who went
No,
through this
that's perfect.
because
That's perfect.
because
Yeah.
not many people talk about it, but I'm talking about it because this is the platform. Hopefully, I can learn from this because I'm a
Yeah.
parent, I'm a grandparent. I don't want my child to experience that. So out of my household to the household jokes. My wife can joke on me, my kid can joke on me. We crack jokes. They double team me. I don't care. I crack jokes at them. We
You
act a
do
fool
like David.
because I like to have fun because I realize when there's no laughter, there's no joy in a
Right.
household. What things that take place of that?
Yeah.
Right.
And that's
I'm sorry.
well, yeah, you can go and I want to get you as well too, but I think that's another thing that gets lost in translation when we talk about the stories, the children.
Yep.
So what are they going to have to go through? And his mental illness or whatever it was, the consequences is now that the children have to grow up knowing that their father took away their mother, took away a sibling.
Yeah, I think we're in the greatest transition since the beginning of mankind due to the effect of technology on our mental states. And a lot of time we don't just take time to relax, and you know we don't take the time to relax and just process, how information, there's too much information going through our heads at the same time, and our brain has never been developed for that, so we're adapting in this moment in time, even in this moment in time. I don't want to say too much because this topic is a very sensitive topic, right? Shout out to you, Courtney, for doing a fantastic job moderating this. This is a very hard conversation to have, because I know you could relate with it. You shared your own story with us in the beginning, right?
Mhm.
And it's a lot of way I can't relate with this, but there's other people that can relate with this. See, every
Mhm.
single one of us have a blind spot. There's 360 views for those who like to talk about math all the time, right? But you can only see 180 degree at any point in time, right? You can only see your views. There's a blind spot, right? So it's very important that we bring empathy to the table, humility to the table, listening, active listening to the table when we're having these conversations. This bad news is that doesn't sell. That's not gonna get the algorithms to love you. I'm just letting you know right now. Okay. All right. So shout out to you, Nathan. You did a fantastic. See, when it comes to opinions, I'm on the other side of you. But when it comes to maintaining your frame, you did a fantastic
Thank
job.
you.
And we
Yeah.
need that. We need all of that. In this conversation, Chimoge, we needed to hear your input. Nonetheless, I could hear the lack of experience, but we needed to hear you because maybe you're seeing from outside of the forest and we're inside the forest because we have a little bit more experience, right? We can hear that you're talking from lack of experience because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, my brother. Your insecurities will be tested. Relationships will test everything that you thought you
Yes.
stood for, right? And when you thought, like, I'm telling you, I've been married for 14 years, right? I got into a space where I'm like, where did that come from? Where did that come from? So that's why I said humility, active listening, empathy. We must bring that to the table. I rock with you, chaotic. Your submission was mad chaotic.
Yeah.
But he
Es-
was.
es- Especially that I found out you're Nigerian. I'm rocking. I saw you over last week, and I'm subscribed to you. I'm rocking with you all the way.
Thank
Code.
you.
I'm on code. All
Thank
right.
you.
Man.
Thank you.
You are cold. I like that.
Hold on. I just realized there's all Nigeria. I'm the only
It's all
non-Nigerian person up here.
and me
Yep.
Man,
too.
what? What is
Yep.
going?
We
What is
took over,
going on?
bro. We
I
took
love
over.
Nigerian food though, but we need some. We need some more. We need some Jamaicans on the panel. We need to even this thing out here. Hold on.
Oh
I
man.
know we got some. I know we got some in the chat.
Not happening.
Yeah, that's
Not
it is
happening.
Nigerian food.
Nigerian takeover. Somebody put. No, Ola. I appreciate what you said. And Black David. Again, that what you said was spot on. You guys, we never talk about the children. And investigating domestics. I'm gonna tell you one thing that's so. Trinidad in the bit. All right. Okay, we got some
There
Trinidadians
you
in
go.
there. Yeah.
My
So,
wife is Trinidadian.
Trinidad's cool, man. We're good people. What I will say though is one of the tough things is that people don't realize, and parents don't realize when they're playing their children as pawns. Men do it, women do it. We know this thing happens. What they don't realize is when I have to sit there and interview the child, and they are, the problem people don't realize is children, as intelligent as they are, they don't, the way they interpret things is the issue. You can tell them something, but then they see something else. Their interpretation is the problem. And they hold on to that interpretation all the way until they become adults. And this is where we start seeing the problem, the roots of mental health, right? The roots of it. We act out in certain behaviors now, and then you trace it back. You trace it back to an incident that happened in our childhood. So, Courtney, to your point, this man robbed these children of their parents,
Yeah.
and what we're going to see is these children are going to have a lot of help, asking these questions: where's mommy, where's daddy, and not understanding why that would happen to them. But when these people, men and women, use their children as leverage, they weaponize their kids to get what they want. No one is talking about the backlash, the outcome of that. And it's painful, and I get to see it, and it doesn't feel good when you have to call DFACS in to remove children out of a home because you have two adults who can't put their differences aside for the betterment of the children that they have in the home. You guys, it's a lot of this going on. And I've majority of my experience working in law enforcement has been in the Black community. That's all I know. And it pains me. It pains me to see the stuff that we do to each other, and that's why, Courtney, again, I applaud you for being just a bright light in this space, and having the courage to talk about it and come from the position that you're coming from, because there's a lot of women in this space who are on the wrong side of this conversation. And again, you have men in this space who are on the wrong side of this conversation. And we have this division that's unacceptable. And
Yeah.
because of that division, it's causing us to remain stagnant, right? As in our community, we are not growing, we're not developing, we're not expanding, and we're just not doing what we can do because we're constantly battling, and we can't sit down and talk and have a conversation, and really solve these issues. This is something that needs to be solved. Go ahead, Black David.
And I'm glad you're saying this because that's exactly what I said in a few podcasts ago. We need to have our own institution. We don't have
Yes.
enough facility to fix
Yes.
issues that plague the Black community. We are a
Yes.
Black community in this country
And don't
with
own
multiple
nothing.
different culture. All my Nigerian brothers will tell you this. Among our own people, we separate ourselves among the African American, African Caribbean because we know who we are as a collective. But we don't want nobody to come in and sabotage what we have been established for ages. Same thing from people from Ghana, same thing from people from African country. Because when we came in, my family came in during the late 70s, early 80s. To be called such name as African booty scratching or the other stuff, other African want to experience the same exact thing. The fact that we're not united, we get put down, I will call a white preppy boy because I don't think like a person from the hood. When there's no collective, there's no institution, how can we fix the problem that is creeping in the community and destroying it? Think about that. What you're doing, Nathan, it was needed, and I'm glad I'm able to share my experience because you have a deeper insight of experience as a police officer, seeing things from a different point of view. The lead attorney, I wish he would have camed up. I understand why he did not want to cam up because even though he's an attorney, he didn't look more into the information what was going on with his case. He's saying certain things that did make sense. Trigger point. There are words that can become trigger point to cause somebody to act out.
Right.
So I understand his point of view. The way I think, the way I think, because I'm a byproduct of a situation whereby it caused me to move back, stay in the shadow, and look at the big picture. What caused all these things to happen? What are the multiple different factors that triggered this incident or that incident? Or how we could have come about it? I thought to approach it more logical, but you know why? When both parents are blaming me for their problem and destroy myself, when you destroy a child's self-esteem at young, do you know how hard it is to build your own self-esteem?
Mm.
When both parents make you feel like you're a mistake,
Right.
Wow.
Right.
that's
That's
me.
tough. That's tough.
So I lost my foundation as a child,
Mm.
my rock that body keep me steady. But I had to build up my own foundation based on logic and principle. That what saved me. The Bible saved me even more. It took me a 3-year journey to read the whole entire Bible just to understand who I am as a person. I'm trying to find out what my purpose is and figure out how would I be able to keep myself stable when the storm hit. Not every child who went through what I went through is able to do that. I've been told you special. What you went through, many people that killed themselves, killed their parents, killed other people, when I went AWOL and be told that I overcome that, it took me a while to accept that I was different.
Yeah.
I know I could have started my own YouTube channel, but I found it kind of hard because there's so much I can share from this dynamic, from the gaming dynamic, from my IT dynamic, from my family dynamic, because there's so much experience I have. That's what I say. If I were to write a book, I would have write more than 5 or 6 of a book. It's too much.
I say do it.
I know. Black David
Yeah.
ain't doing nothing
It's
to it but to do it.
It's hard because I try my best to keep myself intact because of the emotional trauma. So Nathan, you understand it better than I do because you
Absolutely.
understand what it would trigger a person. So imagine me
Absolutely.
use my experience to mentor to other people or talk to people, let them know that you're not alone. There are people out there went through what you went through.
That's right.
But I'm letting you know there's a better way out of this.
Correct.
So instead of me writing about it, I speak to people, I share my experience because I'm glad I do it on your panel. Corner, I tell I'm going to support you. I'm going to support you. So if I be a permanent panel, so be it. I would do that because I realize, no, I'm serious. I realize because not many people have the chance to share the life experience to help someone from. I'm not gonna lie. This saved 3 people from committing suicide in my life, and they wanted to commit suicide. I had to talk them down. Like, dude, it's not that serious. I had suicide thought too. Growing up, I wanted to kill myself, but it did not happen. I keep having that voice keep telling me no. You're not allowed to do it. You have a bigger purpose than that. So I asked myself, if I go use my life experience to help people to overcome their struggle and their pain, I try to figure out how I'm going to use my gift or my story or my experience to help other people. Because listen to Nathan, listen to Courtney, listen to Omawale, I can see the passion. I can see the deep understanding of what they have to share. But just that you guys came from different point of view,
Correct.
Yeah.
that different
Right.
lens. So it's
Correct.
hard for one to see what another person see. I learned take myself out of my own shoe, let me with another person's shoe and see what they see, and try to understand where they're coming from. That's what I've been doing over the years of my life. So instead of me walking my own shoe, let me walk in another person's shoe and see where they're coming from, so I can understand their view.
Yeah. Well, Black David, I appreciate you.
Shout out to the
I always
Canadian
do.
born Nigerian,
That is my guy.
Mr. Olaya.
Y'all are everywhere.
That's my guy.
See, this why I know Allah is funny. The way you pronounce my name, the right way you pronounce it, but the twist to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, my
Fam.
African brethren. All right. Well, guys, I am going to wrap it up. I want to thank everyone that came on the panel, the guys that stayed with me. Shout out to you. Shout out to you guys. There's more topics like this that I think needs to be discussed. Mental illness is real.
There
It
should be a
ain't
part two
no
to
better.
this. There should be a part two to this because you know why you can't let
Part
people settle.
two.
You know what I'm saying now? You need to get other people from different experts because Nathan needed.
I had my tissue
I
ready.
know.
I knew I was gonna have a
Lead.
set of
We need,
tips.
we need to get lead attorney on this because I understand from a lawyer point of view, he may have his own view. But
Yeah.
let's have all the people who understand it better than we do. It's not gonna be settled
Well,
because
You know,
I understand where
let
Omar
me.
was coming
well,
from, but
hold on. Well, that's what I was thankful for, Nathan.
Mm,
Like Nathan, you popped on and gave us a whole nother perspective,
right,
and
right.
just so, I mean, I
and
thank
that's
you
from a
so much. I
police
had no idea.
officer point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows I rock with the lead. You know, I would have appreciated his point of view 10 days later. You know, but again, he's running a business. I said that last time we were here, right? He's running a massive platform. I respect him doing his thing, you know. But for me personally, my ears will be a lot more wide open to hear it. Actually, 2 days later, because I was able to hear Nathan's point of view very well today. 2 days ago was a little bit too early for me. It was too strong
I
because
understand.
again, my lens, right,
Right,
it's a
right,
little
right.
bit different from his, right? So,
Yeah.
but he didn't say anything necessarily wrong. This wasn't about right and wrong. We said that earlier. It wasn't about justification. It was about emotional intelligence, social intelligence, but we gotta add business intelligence to this. He's running a big platform. So I gotta have empathy for him as well, you know?
Yeah.
So but I didn't appreciate it 2 days ago personally. But I can appreciate it a little bit better right now. But that's what time does. Patience, right? So
Right.
Yeah. So, all right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you guys. Before you guys head out, you want to shout out your pages? I put some of it in the chat a while ago, but go ahead, shout your pages out because I think a lot of people want to follow you guys and hear more about what you
I
do.
don't have one yet, but
Not
I'm
yet,
working on it.
Canadian. So I'm
I'm,
popping you
I'm,
off. You ain't got no page.
New Year's resolution, Black
Start
David.
up something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have a YouTube yet, but if anyone wants to hear more from me, just follow me on Twitter. Mine is at Chimoge eBay. So it's at my first name, then the first 3 letters of my last name. So,
Put it in the private chat for me,
oh,
and
okay.
I'll
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure
yeah.
I'll post it. So for sure, put it in the
Yeah.
private chat for me.
Yeah, just did that.
Okay, and I'll remove you back from the screen. All right. Who's next? Ola.
Ola.
Yeah, I could go. Yeah, so I'm the one who is running the channel Man of Prestige.
Mhm.
The idea is not that I am Man of Prestige. The idea is that I want Man of Prestige to come on there and have a conversation. I'm asking questions. I'm the guy who didn't know what sign language was. So we're still learning. So I want all the fellas to come there and tell me more about their acronyms. And I promise I will speak more sign language. I will call your bullshit. I will put my foot in your neck. We'll continue to have this conversation in a more deeper manner, you know. So, but yes, I'm the same guy. Thank you, Courtney, for having me again.
We family now.
Awesome.
We family
Ola,
now.
Ola, I appreciate your words, man, your wisdom. Much respect. And I like that exchange. I definitely want to link with you so we can have some
Absolutely.
conversation.
I subbed
Yeah.
already. Definitely. Instagram is in my all my links. So definitely let's link up. Let's
Okay.
have more conversation.
Cool.
We just
I'll
got to make
shoot
sure
you.
we bring her in on it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Y'all can't have
No,
conversations
we'll have
and I'm
no. We'll
messing
bring
my page.
it.
I can't get in on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up, man. I'll probably Instagram or email you.
Awesome, my
All
guy.
right.
All
Nice
right.
talking to you.
Thank
Talk
you.
soon.
And then there was two.
That was good.
I
So
appreciate you. I think this is the first time really that we've had, someone that was on the force speak on behalf of a lot of things that's going on. Like you're on to something.
thank you.
You really
Thank you.
are.
Yeah, we
I just
need
love
it.
you.
Yeah, we need it. I mean, there's a lot that, and this, especially when it comes to law enforcement, I keep telling people we need to have these conversations before we have another incident, Let's not wait until something happens before we try to make this a popular topic,
Yeah.
and helping people just see things from the perspective of an officer, an honest perspective. Because I know people have been sending me stuff from another guy, and he's, the stuff he talks about is disingenuous, and you have people in this space that pander to a certain group of people. And the truth be told, we need an honest approach to this space. So no, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. So for those who aren't familiar, my name is Nathan Daly. You guys see it here. You can Google me. You'll see the news article about the incident if you're curious about the accident. It went international news. And but on YouTube, you just type in Nathan Daly, and I know they've been dropping, I think, the channel in the chat. So basically, I just talk about law enforcement issues and really breaking down like the court trials, the body camera footages, and just kind of explaining to people who have questions, who have real questions, and want to have uncomfortable conversations about law enforcement and our relationship as a Black community to law enforcement, and how we can make this thing work, how we can replace some people, make some changes, that type of deal. So Courtney, I really appreciate you having
I
me.
appreciate you as well. We'll be working together.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure send me an email. We'll talk more about
I
it.
will.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Well, I knew that this was going to be heavy. I want to first thank everybody that came up, everybody in the chat, everyone that, sent in a super chat. I appreciate you guys to no end. This thing I got going, it ain't for me, it's for us. And I always say I want to be the missing link, meaning I want to do my part, whatever that is. So before I head out, I dedicate this to my friend Sean, who was taken away by her husband January 2017. She was 30. She will never be forgotten. Her light, her spirit, how she motivated Black women will forever live on. And my cousin, my Ryan, he passed away at 31 and didn't want to be in any pain anymore. So this is dedicated to him. I am mad at him. I'm really mad at him. And I'm trying to get over that. I'm trying to get over that I'm mad because he was amazing and I don't get to see him no more. Domestic violence is real. Depression is real. And it's killing us. So I don't know about no part 2 or part 3. I know this is going to be a continuous conversation, and I'm going to dedicate it to my people that I lost, and to anybody in the chatter that's watching this that has lost someone due to domestic violence, due to them hurting themselves, depression, loneliness, sadness. Man, my heart and my prayers go out to you as well. So we all we got, people. So I thank you so much. And until next time, I'll be here next Wednesday. God knows what I'm going to talk about then. Jesus. But I appreciate you. And I'll go out with a little bit of music by my brother. Thank you, guys. Oh, sub, like, subscribe, all that. And to the people that was on the panel too. Thank you.